All right, I'm just gonna hit that button. Hit that button and go. I've messaged a couple people. So, Lindsay, Lindsay was gonna be on tonight. Was gonna help us out for this because Crystal is traveling at the moment, though she might be in later, and Lewis might be in later, and Lindsay might be in later. She's actually headed into the theater right now, and oh my god, my stream health is like red. What is going on? What is going on? Let's make sure this is actually running properly. It's telling me that it's dropped like 35% of the frames. What is happening? And H-Bomb got back to me. He is recording VO at Danny's house. I'm gonna just respond. You're gonna hear me typing. You're gonna hear me typing. Haha. So, Data Daddy. What's that game called? What's it actually called? Is it actually called Data Daddy?
Yeah, or Data Dad.
Data Dad? Daddy Date? Oh, that was what I meant to do. I just went up. I went upstairs and I was like, okay, well, I'll grab a drink. And I went upstairs to grab the drink and didn't. Like, got up there and forgot. And so now I've got an empty can. All right, whatever. So, Data Daddy, Daddy Date, the game, the dating game, the dad dating game that Game Grumps, and can we say game enough times in a short span of time? The Game Grumps voiced game, dating game, gay dad dating game, is coming out in mid-July, July 14th, and so we will be working it in. Right now, it's looking like that we might do it right away, just, kind of strike while the iron's hot when everybody's talking about it on that first week. So timing is actually working out that might come in perfectly, that will wrap up to human. So if we're looking at our schedule, which I have in convenient stack 4. So right now we are here. And then after VidCon, we start 2 human, and 2 human should take us about 2 weeks. And that should bring, so Data Daddy will probably slot in right here between 2 human and Terminator Salvation. And yeah, so that's the plan right now, is to do at least 1 week of daddy dating. And there will be plenty. Don't worry, there will be plenty of daddy culture jokes that evening, I promise, because they are hilarious. And yeah, so so that's currently so that's the schedule plan there. I did not, for those who weren't here last week, we did not actually finish G.I. Joe, The Rise of Cobra, because it wasn't worth finishing. It was going nowhere. It was getting really repetitive. There was still like 2, 3 really just boring missions left, and so we're not finishing it. Yeah, that's what happened there. 2 humans coming up after VidCon. So the schedule right now. So I'm leaving for VidCon super early Wednesday morning. I'm going to try to actually vlog every day, but I have a plan. I have gears turning in my head about how I'm going to handle these VidCon blogs, because like it's one of those things like that everyone's just like, oh well, I need content and I'm going to be at VidCon and it's a great time to like synergize those goals and everything. And so it's like, well, let's naturally just vlog about VidCon, and I can't personally do anything at face value. It's a problem. It's a flaw. I can't do things at face value, and so I am pretty sure my VidCon blogs are going to be about the nature of vlogging in and of itself and the incentive sets that are placed on online content creators and why we end up with so many things like vlogs and a behind the curtains thing, because that's what I do. Right. Mummy tie-in mobile game. That was one of the other things that we had. All right. We do have Mummy tie-in game. That was the other thing that we were going to do, and I had all of this planned and remembered, and then my day just kind of wound up being, I was supposed to find a replacement, and then I just didn't. So I'm still searching. Like as we're live, I'm like messaging people, being like, "Hey, what's up? What you doing right now? How's it going?" But I feel like I can fly solo. It's been a while, but you come on. Oh. Camera. Come on. New movie recording. Why is meh. Get it to behave itself. That operation could not. Why? What? Why? Let's just try again. There we go. Now it did it. Okay. So, the Mummy, we have a Mummy mobile game. And where is, there we go. That's improperly sized. That is improperly sized. Let's get that to the right size. So I haven't done anything with this one yet. It is apparently a choose your own adventure. So we probably have audio here somewhere. And that is the wrong. That's disorienting. Okay. That's now just using the internal microphone? What is it doing? Why is it not? What? That's weird. That is weird. All right. This is just retelling us the plot of the game. Or the plot of the movie. Realizing that it survived M&S destruction only because he'd been cursed, Nick finally ended the monster's... Okay, so this takes place after the movie ends, which, there you go. There is the final scene of the movie where Sidekick Buddy is just like, "Hey man, thanks for bringing me back from the dead, but what are we doing out here in the desert?" And Hot Mummy Tom Cruise, whose gloves... His tactical gloves are made of interwoven tactical webbings so that they look like mummy wrappings. I kid you not. And yeah, and sidekick Buddy, who's been dead for about 75% of the movie, is like, "Hey, thanks for bringing me back to life. All right, so this looks intensely boring. This hmm. Um, how do we get shot? What's the fastest way that we can game over? This is how we're starting out? Seriously? Um, wait, who was that? I should pay attention. Oh, people getting hit in the head. Now let's just go through super fast. Let's just tap through it. Let's see how um they yep, just quickly tap. Ignore everything. Come on. If we do it blind, we can probably fail out of this really quick. I doubt it probably. I'm actually willing to bet that there are in fact like no actual branching storylines, and it is purely like how do you feel you're responding, like the same things happen regardless. I'm willing to bet whatever. This is boring. I'm bored. Let's get to Transformers. I need to turn. So, how do you feel about VidMe, everybody? That was not the daddy dating sim, unfortunately. So we'll just go on easy and we'll start the game. So this one is a proper tie-in, though from what I've heard some weird things about this game, that it is actually like a mashup of both a like soft sequel to one of the standalone games like War for Cybertron, and it's a prequel to the movie itself. Yeah. What's the deal with Aska Gangsta and Jenny Fedora? I don't really know. I don't know. I don't want to speculate too much about individual people, but the VidMe. So I've participated in a lot of online communities over the years, and one of the things that I have definitely learned and seen is that by the time a community becomes like just endlessly insular and self-referential, that's basically the end. Like it doesn't really have anywhere to go from there. And when that's the content that's floating to the top, when the most visible content is just the insular self-referencing stuff, this is actually why YouTube went out of their way to remove a feature. They used to have this feature that was, they used to have this response feature where you could just upload a video that was tagged to another. Um, oh, this is floaty. Oh, this is very floaty. This is really floaty. But so you could have switch weapon, L3 change. Oh, that's not L3. There's L3. Ah, what the hell? Okay, I actually already knew this was coming. I haven't played the whole first level, but I played some of it. I played enough to know that in the game, this this is how the driving works. Is you just have like omnidirectional driving, which I suppose is better than the worst case scenario, but is still kind of bad. Oh, you can also jump as a car. I Yeah, you can jump as a car. It's still super floaty, and this level is like really empty. Like there's nothing here. There's this town, this this big arena town. You know, you've got all of this space. You've got these multiple, you know, sort of spots, but there's nothing here. I mean, the only things here are just things that you can run yourself into. Yeah. Yeah. But so by the time a community gets like super self-referential, oh yeah, oh right, now I remember what it was. They used to have this feature. YouTube used to have this feature where you could upload a video and have it tagged as a direct response to another video. So like you could go to a video and there was a button that was like respond to this video, and then you would upload your own video and they would be connected. And the problem is that this was driving so much just like I don't just want to use the term circle jerk, but like it was definitely circle jerk behavior where it was all just the drama channels, and it was really just turning into this kind of like high school clique style behavior where people were just like the big channels were just endlessly responding to each other, uh, and so it was purely this kind of like weird lopsided conversations. Like it was like a even more disjointed version of forum posts. Um, and it got really bad because the thing is that when you have that relationship, like when it's like okay, popular YouTubers are responding to wait, L1 is target lock, L2 switches weapons. What was boost? Oh, it is L2. You put your guns away. Okay, that's what's going on. Is hold to go faster. Oh, that also turns you into like normal car mode, so you actually drive like a car. So you'd get these popular YouTubers just kind of endlessly responding to each other, which means that their viewers would start to overlap, and it was really beneficial at the beginning for creating like big channels and getting a lot of the people who got their early starter lead, Keemstar and others. Like it was really beneficial to them because that wound up being basically their entire format, and many of them still use it to this day. Like Keemstar and Philip DeFranco really haven't left that format at all. But it started to like dominate the front page of Reddit. Like that's all there was. And so if you weren't already like fluent in the internal social language of YouTube and the who's who, like it essentially just became a soap opera. You needed to know who all these people were and like what their beef was, and what's the backstory, why do people care, what's everybody's like take on the issue. And I'm probably gonna fail because oh no, I got there in time. um Wait, install the virus. Wait, what do I need? I probably need to square to interact. All right. If you didn't know what was going on, then it became unintelligible, and it made YouTube look like it was just a bunch of high school politics, which is not inaccurate. Like, that is kind of the direction that it was going, and so they really needed to get away from that, and so they took that feature out. They took out the response feature in order to make videos a little bit more isolated, which in turn also, increases the value of standalone videos and standalone content, and it's what meant that like science channels and other subject channels could get a little bit more share time. They also started to like deprioritize a lot of the direct response stuff intentionally. R3 to melee attack. So the thing that makes this funny in the context of VidMe is that these are all known problems. Like, anyone who has been paying attention to the evolution of online video and social video over the last decade, they've already been here. They've seen these things. They've seen this happen. And the really funny thing, like, for me personally, the funniest thing in the sort of response that I got was the co-founder admitting that that their upvote system wound up accidentally prioritizing like the meta stuff and the like response video stuff and basically the local drama. And it was hilarious because one of the funders for, oh, that's the wrong, I wanted to L1. One of the funders for VidMe is one of the founders of Reddit, and VidMe has very much like tried to position themselves as like the as Reddit integrated. Like, they very much want to be perceived as Reddit integrated, and they want to, they started out basically the idea was Imager but video. And they've made some infrastructure changes since then to move away from that a little bit and a little more towards being a straight YouTube competitor. But that in and of itself kind of says it's like they don't really understand what their brand is. But anyway, with the Reddit integration, you would think that they would know enough about Reddit and how Reddit's technology works and how Reddit's technology ends up translating into culture, that they would already know that upvote systems prioritize, or like they inherently value drama and meta discussion, because upvotes are reliant on engagement. And the thing is that meta and drama are the things that are going to have the highest degree of engagement, because they're where your power users are all going to respond. Your power users are going to respond to unrelated content or non-meta, non-drama content. They're going to respond to that, just kind of as it suits them, like as it overlaps with their immediate personal interests. But the drama stuff is going to overlap with the interests of all of your power users. And so just with the way things shake out, with the way that these things always shake out, and we've got a Decepticon. So Oh, sweet. We can collect them by shooting them. So the way this stuff shakes out is that, you know, if you just use a straight up voting system as the one of the core pillars of your featured video panel, it's going to be drama, especially when you're a small community. So VidMe's in a special circumstance when it comes to this, because what they've got is they very much have a core user base that is highly engaged, that comments a lot, that makes videos, that interacts with other users, that knows kind of the community and views it as a community. And those are the only people who are voting on stuff. Incidental users aren't voting on stuff and aren't subscribing and aren't upvoting and aren't logging in. But the thing is that your featured video panel, your trending video panel, you don't want it to cater to your power users. Your power users already know what's going on. So, in order to, so you can't use just a straight upvote system for that. It's not going to work. I'm standing on the wrong side. Shove your hand in that hole, man. Do it, Bumblebee. Oh, that blew up. Okay. L1. Melee spin. Oh, alright. I died. So, yeah, you want your trending videos, like, you want your trending stuff to be your advertisement for non-core users. You want, like, that's your initial engagement. Like, it is your it's your calling card. It's how it's what you're using to try to convert incidental users into becoming core users. You want them to hang around. You want them to see, a diversity of content. You want to ideally be showing them something just even by accident that they go, oh man, yeah, that looks cool. I want to see that. So if they log onto VidMe and the front page and the trending videos. So the last time I checked, which was like only an hour ago, a couple hours ago, the trending video page had multiple, 300 subscribers, special video, 400 subscribers, special video, 1,000 subscribers, special video, 200 subscribers, special video. Like, it was people, I mean, now, this isn't to, like, badmouth those subscriber milestone celebratory videos, but those are very much for, your actual subscribers, like the people who are subscribing to your channel, the people who are already invested. They are not front page content. And the image that they give off, not a good one. Look at these tiny little sedans. Well, it's good to know that this game, it is authentic to the movies in that the action borders on incomprehensible. Like the Decepticons are all just gray blobs with no real identifiable silhouette on pale green and brown backgrounds, and it's really hard to tell what weapon I'm using at a glance. Like, this is my pistol and this is my cannon, and the crosshairs don't change. Oh, it does say over on the side plasma cannon, machine gun, but I mean, look at Bumblebee's design. Look at this nonsense. Look at this. It's so bad. So yeah, like that stuff isn't front page content. And then Ask a Gangsta routinely has like one or two videos. Like there's routinely like a couple people. So like Ask a Gangsta and Computing Forever, who will have more than one video trending at a time. And it's like, all right, that's not a good look. Like that's awful. That nothing screams we don't have content more than like people's channel celebrations and getting front page feature, and more than that, individuals getting multiple trending videos at once. It's like everything about that. You just look at it and it's like, okay, this says empty. This tells me that you're empty. Like, why is this stuff trending? And it's even worse. Like the perception, the image that is cast by. Is my melee spin not? Come on, melee spin. Oh, it's Optimus! And he's got a gun. Yeah, nothing we like more than Optimus with a gun. The sad thing, like, just think about the optics of that it's like trending videos are people celebrating having 200 subscribers. And I want to kind of walk on eggshells a bit with this, because it's a situation where it's like I understand the personal significance of that. Like, I mean, I remember when I got 200 subscribers, and it was like, it feels really good. It is, I mean, it's a milestone. It is a milestone, and you should celebrate that. But in the context of a larger community, in the context of a platform, if you're getting trending videos where people are celebrating 200 subscribers when your competitors don't even start handing out accolades until 100,000, when there's numerous features that people consider to be like core to a YouTube channel's functionality that don't even kick in until you have 1,000, then it's like, it feels empty. And the thing, like, here's sort of the paradox of any YouTube competitor, is that you need to fake it a lot. You really need to fake it. You need to do your best in every way to give the image that you are healthy, that you have a lot of content, that you have a lot of high quality content, and that it's diverse, that it suits a, I don't necessarily want to say broad demographic, but multiple interests. And the moment you start to get like really niche, it's like, okay, well, you're either going to have to embrace that niche, or people are going to get turned away. They're not going to see you as a specialty platform. They're going to start seeing you as, an island. You're gonna become MGTOW land. Oh, I just used my spin kick on accident. I forgot how hard it is to just like fill space and also like pay attention to a game when you're doing this solo. I got people to start. I started conning people into coming and hanging out on stream, and it's made me lazy. Oh yeah, game sound's probably really low. See, game sound's normally down because I've got other people to chat with, and the game sound gets in the way, and it doesn't matter. But now that I'm solo again for at least like an hour here until other people get home and get online, when I stop talking and there's a lull, it's really gonna stand out that it's like, oh, the game sound's really low. So there's a target lock. It's like L1 to target lock in car mode. But there's no target lock when you're not in car mode. I kind of feel like car mode is just superior to bot mode. Like alt mode is just better. So Crystal should be jumping in a little bit later. And Lewis might be coming by, and yeah. We do need to kill Optimus before he betrays us, because he will almost certainly betray us. Like, Optimus is a dick. People were asking me on Twitter, like, hey, is Optimus the bad guy in the new Transformers movie? And I was like, well, arguably, Optimus has always been the bad guy. Like, Optimus is a dick. Remember when Optimus Prime beheaded an enemy while they were on their knees, begging for mercy? Yes, exactly. Like, Optimus is not a good person. Turn this up.
We have located Decepticons across the globe. Despite the insistence of human leaders who refuse to see the truth, our work is far from over. Megatron and his forces remain at large.
Major Reynolds to Optimus Prime.
Prime here. Go ahead.
We have major Decepticon activity in Detroit. The city's turned into a war zone. Planning an evacuation with local authorities, but we could use some help.
Ratchet?
Yes, Optimus.
I need you to provide assistance with the evacuation efforts. Ironhide?
Here, Prime.
Locate and neutralize the Decepticon threat.
On it.
The humans didn't ask for this war. We must protect them at all costs.
Wow. So, I mean, on one hand, yes, the Decepticons are running around the globe just kind of like wrecking stuff, but on the other hand, we're headed around the globe like just exterminating Decepticons. Also, it's good to see that they've maintained the aesthetic as best they could. The Bayhem, that the camera does not stop moving. And even when it was just a stationary loading screen, like the camera was still, or like things were just zipping around all over the screen. And now we're Ironhide, and god damn, is that character model awful. I mean, I realize they've got to just work with what they've got because of the movies, but like that is illegible. Also, you could really see the screen tearing here. Like, ain't it great? Oh man, it's beautiful. This is so poorly optimized. It's awesome.
And what about you? The other side of the city with a nest convoy. We've got civilians to evacuate. I'll contact you later and we can compare progress.
Alright, locate and destroy all Decepticons.
Don't be shy. Ratchet, these cons don't want to come out and play. Try playing nice. I don't think so.
Oh, there we go. War on architecture. Just wait. What did they say about the city's image? I missed that line. What did they say? Did they make a crack about... I was actually, just as we were climbing into the building, I was like, they're going to make some kind of like wisecrack about Detroit, you know, basically looking the same as it always has. Like, I just know they're going to do it. They're going to do it. They're going to be like, oh man, Detroit looks Detroit looks awful. And someone's going to be just like, how can you tell the difference? And it's like, I've been to Detroit, and yeah, parts of it are kind of a hole and are falling apart, but it's also actually kind of a really nice city in a lot of ways, even though it's got a lot of problems. In robot mode, press L1 to activate heavy iron. Press L1 to activate heavy iron. Did that... I think that meant L2. L1. Certainly doesn't help the city's image. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. I wonder if I can just get away with driving past everything and just going straight to the, like, mission objectives. In robot mode, press R1 to activate Grenade Blossom. Press and hold R2 to shoot off grenades. Alright. Press and hold R2... R1, R2.
Ironhide, what did I tell you about collateral damage? Sorry, Optimus.
Sorry, Optimus. I just couldn't help myself. Yeah.
Ironhide, we are evacuating 2nd Street. Keep any Decepticons from interfering with the effort, would you? That would work.
And I think I might need to go get the door. I don't know if someone else is getting it. I might need to go get the door. It's Steve. I know it's Steve because I told Steve to come by and drop off a card. And I should totally try to con him into coming downstairs. I'm listening to what's going on upstairs. This does look like a late era PS2 game. You're right. Well, I mean, actually, it's halfway in between. Wait, a missile inbound. What? Missile. It's not here yet? Is there actually platforming? Do I need to jump on the... what? I don't think you're doing a whole lot of evacuating, Prime. Like, let's be honest here. That's GoBots. Frick. Oh, there's the heavy iron. So it's L1 in bot mode, not car mode. This game lied to me. It lies. Let's just run past everything. I know I said that earlier and then I didn't do it. So let's actually do it this time. Let's just run past everything. See how well that works. It's not working. I don't know where to go. Running past everything only works if you know where you're going. I don't know why I keep saying missile inbound. Oh, there we go. There was a missile. I'm almost certain that I'm going to need to like clear out. Yeah, I probably need to clear out all of these Decepticons, and then it'll be like, go punch that wall over there, and then you can go through the wall. There'll probably be this ramp here. It'll be like, it's like, oh, well, if you sit on the bottom of the ramp and you charge up, you'll be able to charge up the ramp. And my weapons feel very ineffectual. Alright, let's try heavy iron again. See how well this works. I really wish there were target lock in bot mode. That would be great. I don't get why they have a reload mechanic. Like, why have a reload in this game? Why would this game have a reload? Like, what does that do? Hey, look, the wall burst open. What sort of real-life vehicle would you most like to see as a Transformer? I have no idea. I have never actually thought about that question, like, in the slightest. I have never even thought about a facsimile of that question. In part, I think just in part because there are so many Transformers already. Like there's, I don't know. Here's the challenge. I don't think I could name a vehicle that isn't already a Transformer. Like, unless you're talking about like an incredibly specific, like, oh, what make of car? Like what specific, you know, year and style of car do you want to see as a Transformer? And yeah, I don't oh, I did that poorly. I did that bad. Like, I can guarantee if you think of something, like if you think of a style or a general idea of a vehicle, it's already, I mean, probably the only thing I could think of that isn't would be like gag things like a Segway, except even then, I don't know, like I cannot confidently say that there isn't a Segway Transformer. You know, like they're so greedy. Like Hasbro are so greedy and so just like do not care about anything other than a giant bucket of money. That I can't think of a thing that they would be unwilling to turn into a Like literally the only things I can think of that they won't turn into Transformers are like sex toys. And that's the first joke that anyone's gonna make about that. It's like, oh well, where's the dildo transformer? Where's Vibratron? And it's like that joke is funny. I will not deny that. Why is that a frickin'? Are you kidding me? Ironhide needs to button mash doors open like he's Kratos.
This must be the factory Rash was talking.
Yeah, so like aside from that, like I can't think of anything that isn't already a Transformer. Yeah. 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 Alright, I think I can run past this stuff, because this looks open. Except I'm going to die because I'm getting shot in the back and I'm not doing a very good job of avoiding stuff. So it might actually just be faster to like shoot your way through.
This must be the factory Rash was talking about.
Are there genderqueer Transformers? Oh, yes. Sort of. Ish. I am not the person to ask that question to. I am not the one with the encyclopedic knowledge of, like, Transformers names and backstories. That's where my other friends come in. I mostly, like, in all honesty, like, my Transformers engagement is 90% analytical breakdowns of the Michael Bay movies. Like, I just started reading the IDW comics, like, a couple years ago, and yeah, so it keeps saying missile inbound, but I've never seen these missiles coming, and I just kind of randomly got blown up by one once, though. That did happen, I think. I don't know. I think it happened. This game is unreadable. But yeah, so my engagement with Transformers is not encyclopedic by any means. And so I am aware that, like, the IDW writers have been doing a lot of, like, kind of interesting character stuff, and I'm pretty sure, like, I know they've got gay Transformers, and I wouldn't be surprised if genderqueer in some way, shape, or form has also been addressed in that way. In the IDW continuity, but yeah. How many times in a row? How many times can I say I don't have like I'm not the encyclopedic one? I think I can say it a few more times before it really gets old and everybody gets the point and it becomes obvious that I'm just like speaking words out loud in order to fill space and keep the stream from sounding too quiet, because I need to keep the volume balanced for a mix of both spoken word and game audio. And I'm gonna die again. I enjoy the IDW comics that I've read. I'm pretty far behind, but I've read a whole bunch of the two running threads right now, but I am behind. I'm quite a bit behind. I do like them though. I think they've got good characterization. They get a little brutal at times, like in a really unexpected way. Like not just killing characters that you like, or being willing to like do things to characters that you like, but the things that they are willing to do to like incidental characters or even long-running characters, like it can get grisly at times. Basically any time the Decepticon the JDD, the Decepticon Justice Division, DJD, anytime they show up, like it got a little bit obnoxious after a while, just how kind of like absurdly powerful and unstoppable the DJD was becoming in the comic line. Like, but yeah, basically whenever they have an opportunity to really get going, it's gonna be some nightmarish stuff. One of the guys in the Decepticon Justice Division has a giant like grinder in place of a chest. Like his chest is a giant grinding machine, and so there's multiple scenes where he's like picking up characters and just like inserting them into his chest legs first and grinding them, and it's like this is horrifying. Yeah. Why are they called Decepticons? Isn't that a bit on the nose? Yes. Right. I forgot it. That's it. There's a good example that I'd forgot about. Cyclonus. So Cyclonus in the IDW comics, so there's this convention that they use where whenever they need to go to biological planets, because the scale of biologicals is a lot more consistent. So Transformers are all over the place in size, and you're already seeing that in this game, where it's like, oh well, they can be, really tiny, or they can be really, really, really big, and whereas biologicals, like humans and other regular aliens, tend to be a lot more constrained in size. Like that across the galaxy, they're all kind of within like the same general size, and so because of that, whenever they need to go to a biological planet, or a planet inhabited mainly by biologicals, and wow, I just kind of got flanked and murdered there. They use holo projectors, so they create human-looking avatars out of hard light and just run around. And it's kind of just a cute way for the artists to spend some time drawing like the human OC versions of the characters. But Cyclonus, one of the grouchier members of the Last Light, uses a female avatar whenever they're doing that. All right. So just trying to gun him down was a bad plan. So I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna kill the ads and then kill the boss. We'll tank the ads, kill the boss. Tank the ad. No, kill the ads. Kill the ads. Tank the boss. All right, he's got. That's clearly. I mean, actually, looking at this, like my icon doesn't even turn red. My reticle doesn't even turn red when it's over him, so I don't think he's even damageable. So we'll just kill everything else off first. And then I'm sure he'll like jump down, and then we'll actually, then the real fight begins. Hey, look, it just happened exactly like I guessed. All right. Not the best. Not the best designed. All right. No, still waiting. Cause is that doing any damage? Is that working? Or is it only gonna be? Oh, it is working. Okay, it just takes nominal damage. But we should be able to get the entire thing this time. There we go. Can you explain to me why some people dislike female protagonists in video games or elsewhere?
Ironhide, I need assistance. Ratchet, are you all right? This is bad. My damage level is critical. Must initiate emergency self-repair. But
Okay, just
cons are almost here. Don't worry.
just let me up.
I've got your back. Here they come.
Or do I just need to stand here? Oh. So it's basic, I mean, it's basically just entitlement. It's just you get used to something over a long enough period of time, like your entire life. You get used to being catered to your entire life, and that becomes normal. And then variation from that perceived normalcy can cause discomfort. And yeah, we've spent so long generating a culture where male is default that deviations from that feel deviant.
This is more difficult than I thought. Keep them off me a bit longer.
So, you know, dudes end up feeling like a female protagonist is not just a creative choice, but is a, like, intensely political choice. And to a degree, like, it is an intensely political choice, but so is choosing to just uncritically make your protagonist male. Like, that is a very political choice. So, you know, yeah. But because that doesn't feel like a political choice, even though it is, because it doesn't feel like a political choice, they just, you know, yeah. Yeah.
My core functions are back online. Now let me return the favor. About time.
About time. Up high. Wait. Oh. He's just coming to help. Okay. This game's really boring. It's not very interesting. So, we could talk about how the 86 Transformers is not very good. Oh. Oh, there we go. Dead again. It feels like it kind of just how this is going is you're either like invincible or you just get quartered and killed. Wait, seriously? It sent me that far back? Are you kidding me?
No way he could have survived that. He's a little tougher than I thought. Ironhide, I need assistance. Ratchet, are you all right? This is bad. My damage level is critical. Must initiate emergency self-repair. But the disease is almost here. Don't worry. Here they come.
No, it still sent me like 3 waves back. Like, I don't know. I guess it's not technically that far back, but... This game is already giving me a headache. If I'm being honest. Alright. I am going to do 2 things. One is I'm actually going to like turn the audio off for myself entirely because it's not good. And 2, I'm gonna go grab that drink that I said I was going to grab earlier. The one that I forgot. I also grabbed a slice of bread. Okay. So. Gonna crack open a drink here. You'll hear it hiss. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. I also grabbed a slice of bread. So that's... I grabbed a slice of decisive bread. It is a decisive slice. So the 86 movie, I'm going to scroll up here for a second because I saw something. Someone was asking about the 86 movie and basically saying that they actually liked it. Now, I'm not going to say you can't like the 86 movie. I'm just going to say that the 86 movie is actually bad and is not very good. And I'm just going to fire off a couple rounds there to reload my clip. So, if you go back and you actually watch the 86 movie, it is so shamelessly clear that the entire MO behind that movie was to get rid of the old toys and bring in the new. That was what they were doing, and it was the only thing that they were interested in. And in fact, Hasbro was actually shocked by the negative reaction to the 86 movie. Like, when it initially came out, people didn't like it because, you know, they killed... Oh, I hear crunching. Oh man, perfect timing. So I'm busy telling everyone why the 1986 Transformers movie was actually bad. So it was shameless. It was shameless in how they killed off like almost the entire cast for the sole purpose of cycling the cast so that they could sell new toys. They could introduce the new toy line. They had new toys that they wanted to push, and so they pushed them in the best way that they could, or the way that they thought was going to best push them, which is, well, if we just kill all of the old toys, then we can sell the new toys. Easy peasy. And that's exactly what they decided to try to do. And now, even putting that aside, the movie is still bad. Like, the pacing is weird and awkward. The voice acting is not good. The story makes no sense. In fact, Lindsay and I were chatting earlier today about this, and because so Unicron is in The Last Night. Like, you can see Unicron in the trailer. And we were speculating, like, okay, how is this actually going to, like, how is Unicron going to fit in with, you know, robot King Arthur and Megatron running around with a giant sword and Mark Wahlberg? Like, what is the composition of this movie going to be? Like, is it going to be lots of flashbacks? Is there going to be time travel? Like, where is this crap going? And how is Unicron going to fit in? And she's like, well, you know, the 86 movie introduced, like, had Unicron and also had, like, all of this other crap going on. And then Lizzie says, like, I'll be damned if I can remember how those fit together, though. And that's when we started talking about how, you know, the 86 movie is actually kind of bad. Like, it's actually kind of nonsense. And one of my favorite anecdotes about this is somebody on Twitter, like, I had mentioned this hot take of mine about a movie from 1986. And it was like, well, I like, so actually how it starts. So here's usually how it starts, is you say something like, the Transformers movies are bad. And someone will, well, actually, the 1986, like, you mean all the Transformers movies are bad except for the 1986 one, the original animated movie. And the correct answer to that is, did I stutter? They're all bad. And so I was having one of these many conversations with someone where I reminded them that there's an entire sequence in the 1986 movie, this entire interlude that revolves around the Weird Al song "Dare to Be Stupid," where they have there's a dance party to Weird Al's "Dare to Be Stupid," and the song plays prominently in multiple parts of the movie. And there's like, so this rando on Twitter that I'm having this conversation with is just like, I don't remember that. And it's like, yeah, I bet you don't, because these movies suck and you probably haven't seen them since the 90s.
But
and
you
if
do
you
have echoing.
Oh, you are echoing? Wait,
I can hear myself, which I shouldn't.
you can hear. Oh, I know why. Because it was that setup that we had earlier so that you could hear my desktop.
Oh,
So
right.
I've
Because
turned
we were
that
talking
off.
about nerd stuff.
We were when we were watching bad VidMe videos.
All the bad VidMe videos.
The alien conspiracy dude.
Oh my god. I'm telling you, did you get $5 donated so we could watch?
Oh, I
Our
didn't
very
even.
real
No, I
conspiracy
didn't bring it up, and I don't
Okay.
know if.
So everybody in
Okay,
chat's
wait,
already
let
talking
me
about the
finish.
fair folk.
Let me finish this. Okay, so the 80s. I'll just consider it done. The 86 movie is bad. It's actually bad. It's actually really bad. It doesn't make any sense. The characters don't make any sense. The voice acting is bad. The story is stupid. It kills off everybody you love in the most, like, heartless and blunt way possible, and clearly doesn't care. It happens so fast at the beginning of the movie. It's like the movie starts and then they're like, ah, crap, we got to bring in the new toys. Kill off everybody. And like 10 minutes into the movie, everybody you love is dead. So, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. The 2007 Transformers movie is the least bad by a wide margin, and it's still awful.
Oh, yeah. So, as far as like the new Transformers movies, I will admit, I saw the first one, like the first of the revamps, in theaters, opening night, not once, but twice in a row, because it was just like, if you turned your brain off, as one does for blockbuster summer schlock, it was fun and amusing. And you know, you just try not to think about all of the bad stuff. You just do your best to ignore it.
You try to ignore the fact that a robot pees on John Turturro.
Yeah, you try to pretend that that didn't actually happen, and instead just get really excited when Starscream transforms out of being a plane to crash through a building and then back into a plane to continue flying, and you scream and cheer for how cool the CG is. With all
I don't know. Okay, so I saw it not opening night, but second night. We went on Saturday instead of Friday, or Friday instead of Thursday. I don't remember when it actually opened, but we went like second night, like 5 of us. One of whom sat there through most of the movie wearing a Optimus Prime helmet because he's that guy.
Yes.
And so afterwards, he was like, it was like a spiritual experience for him. And I'm just like, that was not good. Like, the character designs, the designs of all of the Transformers, they're all ugly. All of the action was just, like, unintelligible. The Transformers are barely in it.
Look, here's your problem, though. You went there, and you weren't able to shut off your brain. Like, you have to actively work against any logical thought processes happening.
Yeah, it's so...
And just appreciate the assault on your eyes in, like, a fun way.
Just let it wash over you. I don't know
exactly.
if you can.
There's also, like, here's the thing. It's also different when you see something that does have some nostalgia attached to it or has been really hyped up in the media on opening night with all of the other people who are really excited to see it. Like, that does make a difference.
Yeah, there is an experience, kind of dimension to that. I'll agree.
So, like, when you go to the midnight showing on a Thursday night or a Wednesday night, if they're trying to, pump those opening weekend sales, and you're surrounded by 100 something other people who are all super excited to be there, and like, it's one of the only times that people nowadays clap in theaters. That
what? Oh, God, it's happening again.
that they have any sort of like out loud or physical response to a film, like a filmed movie, and not a live performance.
Yeah, and if you go to an opening night movie, like, this is actually one of the like caveats that I always remind people when they're like, well, the premiere got really good. Yeah, that it's like, oh, well, the premiere got really good reviews. I'm like, yeah, the premiere is always going to be really good because the atmosphere at a premiere is always like just super hype. Like, premieres are always full of, like, half the crowd there is like family of the people who made the thing. And another like solid quarter of it is the friends of the people who made the thing. So it's like the atmosphere at a premiere is always going to be positive. It's rare. It is really, really rare to see a movie premiere where the crowd at the end is just kind of like, oh, that was well. I'm glad you had fun.
Right. And especially like the legit premiere, like where the industry people or actual people who worked on things are there. Like it's very rare to find anybody in one of those audiences that will blatantly be like, "Well, I thought it sucked." Guy
Yeah.
who was the key grip. Like,
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
not gonna like say it directly to people's faces. This thing they
It's-
spent the past 2, 3, 4, however many years working on
Yeah,
is a schlock.
at most, like the kind of like harshest that it's going to get is, well, I had fun. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, or like,
it
oh,
was
it was entertaining.
It was alright. It was entertaining. You know, it like something needs to get to just like really depths of just terrible before the people at the premiere start going like, wow, hey, that was
Yes. Like it needs to be so beyond the pale. Like something really awful needs
Like,
to happen.
y-
Or it
yeah,
needs to
you're
be,
talking, like, room
obviously
level.
undone.
Yeah. Well, even that, like, yeah, even unfinished movies, like, it's not unusual for a movie to premiere when they're at picture lock, but like effects aren't done. You know, for a movie to like have its official premiere, you know, a couple months early because they've got to get on like the festival circuit or whatever. And it's even like a lot of festivals will show like unfinished movies, particularly like animation. Like it's pretty common for animated movies to premiere uncompleted. So yeah, like you've got to be, it's got to be something like room tier before the premiere gets negative. And even then, it's usually like if they're talking to people at the event, then it's like, well, you know, it was good. And it's not till the next day when like the reporters who were there, like the media who were there, were like, holy crap, I saw a movie last night and I have to tell you about it.
Yeah, man. Premiere or like opening night, particularly like midnight showings of things, are just like, if you see something in that atmosphere, be prepared to have a skewed towards good opinion of said movie. Unless you're just a really kind of naturally grumpy person or a contrarian, and so like the more everyone around you loves it, the more you hate it. Like you're very unlikely to leave one of those scenarios not
Yeah.
on some level thinking it was like very entertaining at the very least.
Yeah. Negative reviews of films, like in all honesty, negative reviews of films are unusual in the professional circuit because the circumstances that professional critics see movies in predispose them to just be a little bit kinder on them. That it's like if you see a movie in a festival scenario or you see it in kind of a, like if you're seeing it in a professional scenario, like there's a lot of just factors, you know, circumstantial factors that contribute to you wanting to go like, oh, well, you know, I mean, you know, to be looking for the positive and to be saying nice things about it and to be looking for like what worked. And yeah.
You know, I also think that something that lends itself to that, like that adds to that happening, is the fact that in these two artistic venues of film and I'm gonna include literature as kind of a broad term, in these two areas that eventually became not entertainment for just, you know, people with money, but or people who are like highly educated in the area, but kind of for the masses. In these two areas of film and lit, there is
Sorry, Ironhide just
No,
walked over and like cold executed someone.
so there is this agreed upon by kind of everyone split, where there is what we would call a film and what we would call like just a movie or a blockbuster or like entertainment. And so we in, you know, like I was saying, like you turn your brain off when you go see like mindless action film and just have a good time. And as like kind of as a society, we've all agreed that there are these two different kinds of things.
Yeah.
There's what we're going to actually critique on an artistic level and be a little harder on it, and then what we're going to look at and go, is it a popcorn flick? Can you feel like you didn't waste your money? Are you going to walk out of there feeling a little pumped because there was a cool action scene? Like, we've agreed that there are two different scales on which to rate these things. And so I definitely think that adds to part of the reason why you don't see maybe a whole ton of really poor reviews of things, not just because, like you're saying, of these atmospheres in which people see the films, which then they write about, but also, like, even critics know that there's these two different categories of movies.
Yeah.
And
so I just feel like that's
who,
something that needs to be kept in mind when something like Suicide Squad and Batman vs. Superman and Book of Henry comes along, that it's like, no. Critics don't just trash on stuff. There are some critics out there, particularly YouTube critics, who do just trash on stuff because they feel like that's what their audience is going to respond to. YouTube definitely responds to people just dumping on stuff, but like generally speaking,
I figured it out. You could do Ask a Critic and just trash on every film. We just have to figure out the best way to cover your face.
Oh man. Oh. just with ties, I'll just mash up every single YouTube, every single Doug knockoff. I'll just mash all of their costumes into one.
It'll be like the t-shirt ninja with also a bandana and some, you said ties. You're gonna throw ties on there.
Hi, I'm the t-shirt ninja critic. I review it so you don't have to.
Yes, exactly. So you don't see. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I review it so you can't.
So you can't.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Dibs, reviewer dibs. It'll all be about reviewer dibs. But no, so oh man, Book of Henry. Like that was wild. But so kind of go into this idea of like there's like, oh well, there's these sort of two different scales. This is in part why people went so harshly on Book of Henry, is because it's like
you should try to cover your face with multiple layers of popped collars.
Because Book of Henry, like, it is very much trying to be a film. You know,
yes.
You watch and you're like, oh, this wants to be a film. This wants to be taken seriously.
Critics when you're trying to do that, when you're asking people, no, please judge us on this scale, like judge us on this other scale, the
take
film
us
scale,
seriously.
the art scale. Take us seriously. When you ask for that and you churn out shit, you are going to get just reamed. Like you are going to get destroyed.
Book of Henry was wild. It was. I'm still really so like Margaret Pless went and saw it on Sunday, and so she was we were having a back and forth tweet discussion about it, and she was like, "What was up with this and that?" and trying to like sort out various things, and she, wait, what? Okay, apparently you can get one shot by those, but yeah, like she pointed out things that I had like completely forgotten or hadn't picked up on, like towards the end, that it's okay. Race to the tunnel for cover before Starscream attacks. We got sidetracked. We were going to talk about dude with his channel
VidMe. Oh right, okay. So everyone in chat a few minutes ago was talking about the Fair Folk, and I was offering my opinions as a young Irish lass of my wonderful appreciation for magical thinking. But so we were Dan and I were reviewing we were reviewing some of the wonderful videos on VidMe. We began at his greatest critics, Ask a Gangsta et al. And while we were discovering that the recommended to view next videos didn't change once they'd been
Oh, yeah.
generated for the video, we started following kind of a chain, a 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon's scenario, if you will, through VidMe, and found ourselves on this guy's page who I don't know what was his general deal. I don't remember the video we started off watching.
It's I still had the Reality Explorations Project. So the channel name is Reality Explorations, and the top link on his About Me is his LinkedIn page, which is a personal LinkedIn page. It is a personal LinkedIn page called Reality Explorations, meaning that he entered in first name Reality, second name or last name Explorations.
Yeah, so he didn't create a business page or anything. He just
took
his own personal page.
There was no warning there that I needed to jump.
So as we're looking through his videos though, we noticed that he has some really great videos that are behind VidMe's built-in subscriber paywall, which is completely different than using Patreon, you guys. And one of these videos, Dan, do you still have the page? I'm gonna look him up, because I have to get this correct. I have to get the actual title, the full title.
You gotta be accurate with this.
It's gotta be legit.
I mean, honestly, if we're not, then people aren't gonna. Well, I guess they will believe this because it's the internet.
They're gonna believe us.
We're numb. We are in fact numb to this kind of stuff by now. But it has been a while. So the thing is that kind of what started us down this chain is that there's still a lot of this stuff on YouTube, but YouTube has done a pretty good job of burying this kind of stuff. You don't see this much just straight up gonzo weirdness anymore, because YouTube's discoverability algorithms are honed to try and give you at least marginally digestible content.
Okay, where's this guy at? Oh my god. Okay, I found it. Here are the titles of some of his subscriber-only videos. Supposed DoD leaked video 2015 on mind control vaccine. Wait, I'm scrolling to the next one. Here's the one that relates to chat and also how we got on this path.
Yeah.
Fairy, hoax or fact? You decide after watching. And you know what? After watching. But
it's behind a paywall.
That his paywall, his conspiracy theory videos are worth $5
a month.
And I can't justify. I don't know if that's worth it. But I insisted.
Wait, this is a stealth section. Sorry, what? This is a stealth section. All right.
But I insisted that Dan would have a fan who loved him enough to donate the $5 while he live streamed, so that we could all watch the fairy video together.
I don't want to sign up. I don't. Part of me just really, really deeply does not want to give VidMe any of my financial information.
But fairy video, Dan. We could all laugh together.
Oh man, he's got to have it somewhere else. He's got to have a YouTube channel that.
If he does, I don't know if he would have. I
am willing to bet that he has a whole bunch of like subscriber only videos on his VidMe channel that are then just like sitting there in plain view on.
All right, I'm doing it. I'm looking him up on YouTube. Can we also talk about? I feel like you need to screen share this dude's channel though. Can we also talk about how his header photo is completely contextually obvious that it is a screen cap from the Jungle Book live action?
I know, it's just it's just the poster.
It's Mowgli face to face with Shere Khan. Oh my god, he's here.
I can't figure out how to. Do I not have weapons as this guy?
Oh my god, Dan.
What?
We can watch this. I don't know if it's the same guy. It looks like it's not the same guy. No, it is. It is the same guy. There is a video. YouTube is dead, but there is an alternative. VidMe from 9 months ago. Survey. I'm now at VidMe/reality explorations. Fuck YouTube. 54 minutes.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah, you're right. What the hell? What the hell? Every time they give me a new bot, my controls change.
That's not helpful in any fashion. Also, why does he have, like, Tonfa blades? This does not seem like... So Jason Hill says 54 minutes of ranting. Ew. No, it's called Survey. So it must be him going over some kind of data points between YouTube and VidMe for 54 minutes. Can we stop streaming Transformers and instead start streaming VidMe tubers?
That feels mean. That feels really mean.
But our commentary would make it worth it.
Oh man, but then I mean,
Jay says he'll pay us. Jay Elmore says he will pay $5 right now.
That is the path to like Sargon Town. This is intensely awkward to try and like fight things using R3 as your primary fire. Like, this is absurd. R3.
People are voting for watching the fairy video. Jay says he will throw us the $5.
That would mean I would need to go subscribe to that guy's thing. That's...
But you can immediately unsubscribe after we watch the video.
I can. I mean, yeah. So.
And then if we really want to, we can skip around in this 54-minute survey about fuck YouTube.
What the heck? Okay, read that title. Read the title again. Read the whole title.
Of the YouTube one? Or the fairy one?
The YouTube one.
There are 2 YouTube videos. One of them, the 54-minute one, is called Survey, parenthetical. I'm now at https:/vidme/reality explorations, end parenthetical. Fuck YouTube. And I can tell that the screen, like the thumbnail, is either him like deleting his account, like as a public performance. during this video, or it's him like choosing what he wants as his settings on VidMe or something. Like it's him going through menus of things.
Wait.
This one's free.
What?
The 54-minute one is free.
Is it on YouTube or VidMe?
The 54-minute one is free and on YouTube. So you don't have to subscribe. We could start there.
We're here. Just one sec. I need to see this for myself. The
Okay,
thumbnail.
Let me link you.
Survey. I'm now at.
Well, hold on. I'm gonna link you the page, like the video page, in the chat. Okay, here it is. And then on there you can see the result with the thumbnail.
Wait.
Also, the second.
Oh, you put it in.
YouTube is dead, but there's an alternative. VidMe! ! That's by a different guy. So apparently this used to be like. Did he like?
Wait. Oh, that's no. That's recent activities. So
yes,
he has his page set to recent activities.
But the survey one.
So
is
he only
by
has
the
one
reality
video. Yeah,
exploration
he only
guy.
has one video actually on his channel.
One of the guys whose videos he commented or liked is called the Sumerian Apologist.
Wait, the Sumerian?
Yes.
Wait, the Sumerian? What the?
Do you see these results?
Christopher Wild, Retro Millennia, YouTube is dead, but there is an alternative VidMe. Goodbye, Alex Botten by the Sumerian Apologist. Survey, I am now at 17 views. Use cloak to continue.
Mateus Aruda says 007, the Sumerian Apologist. Oh. The stream is now all VidMe all the time. No, but right now it's a fun new topic, so why not? Are you concentrating?
I am. This stealth section actually took a little bit of. I needed to pay attention because there was a couple different things going on all at once. I see it. Decepticons see it too. Make your way to the Nest helicopter for repairs.
Jason Hales wants to clarify for everybody that Bumblebee didn't have a dick when he peed on that guy. He had more of a hole. $5. Let's watch a video.
Oh God!
Berries.
Oh God!
Dan, see,
enablers.
This is great because this is a great illustration of how you are now beholden to those who patron you. So. Thank you, Thomas Hederman. Is it Hederman or Hederman? Give me a phonetic spelling so I can loudly announce your name.
I like how chat is completely split on it. There's
Dan,
the enablers, and then the people are just like, no, please
Here's
don't
the problem,
do this.
though. We've been paid $5 to do
Yeah,
it, so...
but I feel like it's more on brand to maybe like take that and be like, okay, we'll go scope it out offline.
Okay, and see if it's good, and then come back.
Yeah, basically like
talk about it.
See if it's even like ethical to talk about it, or if it's kind of like
right.
we really don't want to be halfway through a video and then it becomes obvious that it's like, oh, this guy just like has has some stuff going on, you know.
Understandable. All right, so let's do it this way. We promise that Dan and I will watch the fairy video. And if it is worth and we think it will be entertaining to the rest of you, we will bring it back for a breakdown on either another stream, or hey, maybe it will inspire Dan to put out a video. Oh. Oh.
So I feel like that's the ethical way to go. I really don't want to end up going down that rabbit hole of like, hey, let's sit on stream, watch other people's videos, and just like straight up mock them. Like their YouTube has plenty of
It's
people.
true. It's true. I will accept that. I also I just
This fairies. I mean, fairies. Are they real? You
here's
decide.
The question. Here's the question. Like it's I don't even have that big of a problem if he does believe in fairies. Well, I'm just excited about the clickbait title.
Yeah, that it's like he's offering evidence. Like I
Right.
want to see, what this evidence is.
I want to know what it is.
What's your argument, man? I don't know, man. What do you got?
I like that call to action at the end. You decide after watching. Like I want to decide. I want to see.
Who knows?
wanna
Maybe we'll
know.
come out and be just like, oh, crap, man. Like maybe he's got a point.
Jamie J says, VidMe user LexPlay created a film titled How to Start Drama on VidMe Creator Roasting Session.
Wait, what?
Jamie J, is that another VidMe video about Dan? Because we've seen many of those actually lately. I just have to say that, like, it doesn't say much about your service when 1/2 people can make videos talking about the service and like where they find it lacking personally and things and like kind of engaging their audience, and it becomes an entire thing. Like
Yeah, especially like mine in particular. So it's like I kind of understand Eli's a little bit because he was, participating in the VidMe community a bit. Like he was posting his videos there, and for a while, like a couple months. But like mine, like I have like no overlap with them whatsoever. And so it's kind of that like, how did they find it? I mean, I know how they found it, but yeah.
So also, and I said this to you, but I think it's worth saying in general, like putting it out there, particularly with the couple people that have just been so enraged over it. Like, you put out a calm, like, thought out talking about
Dan, you have an Amy cam.
these different... Oh, an Amy cat?
Oh, 1 sec. You keep going. You keep
Okay.
going. I'm gonna...
Or did he leave? Okay, quick, guys. Dan Scott, if you haven't joined us before for stream, this is the point in the stream where it's Crystal talks about Dan. Crystal's been friends with Dan for over 10 years. She knows a lot of random stuff. So if you have a question about Dan that you've always wondered, you can ask me now. Quick, while he's gone. While he's gone before it's too late. We're gonna have a cam, and there's gonna be no... I'm being asked, am I Dan's evil side? I'm actually Dan's only voice of reason. I do my best. I'm Dan's balance. When he needs someone to tempt him towards evil, it is me. And when he needs someone to tempt him towards goodness, that is also me. Oh, do you want to ask? Crystal talks about Dan time. If you want to ask me questions, you can ask when Dan's here. What does Dan smell like when he hasn't showered for 5+ days? Dan smells like snow and poutine. Is Dan short? No, Dan's actually like pretty. He's like the tall end of average. Dan is not a fairy, but I am. What length is his beard? It depends on what day of the week and how recently he shaved. Is Dan really that smart? Dan is insanely smart. Yeah, that's the thing that we actually talk about a lot. Dan, can he sing? Yes, I've actually taken Dan to karaoke before. And maybe if you ask really nicely, I will tell you what song he sang at karaoke someday.
She
What
is
happens with
lying on my
Goldie?
behalf.
Oh, Amy Cam! Hi,
She is
cat!
totally. I cannot
Just a
sing.
cat. Just, this is good. Guys, why didn't you tell me Dan was back? Okay. Alright. Alright, guys.
Where
Alright.
were we? Where were we?
I was saying that before you left and we did the thing that we don't do that I don't know what you're talking about. I was saying that it says a lot about
Oh yeah, when
toxicness of
like
internet culture when you can put out a very like thought out and reasonable video and someone just responds in like vile anger about like like at you and all of YouTube as if you're some sort of like synecdoche of YouTube. Like Dan is YouTube, everyone.
yeah, the response videos got weird. So the Ask a Gangsta one is particularly kind of strange in its own right, given that it plays it off as entirely a joke, but it doesn't seem to understand what a joke actually is.
You were
Like
being
that the
asked
whole
to swap the Amy cam with the game footage.
um
They want Amy with picture-in-picture Transformers. Dan has been consumed by capitalism and is now YouTube. This is true. This is true. Dan actually now, he is YouTube. He's part of the Matrix, you guys. Oh, we have another $5 for the truth about fairies. Thank you, Jay Elmore. We are all YouTube. It's true. Amy is YouTube. Amy is stream.
okay, I've given myself a problem now because I usually just play off the OBS monitor. So
Oh, that's hard.
so it's now kind of tiny.
Good luck.
I'm gonna make a go of it. We'll see how long. We'll see how well this does.
Oh, perfect.
My gun just kind of isn't.
Look at that.
Maybe I just need to melee this guy.
baby. Oh, he's adorable. Someday we'll have to set it up
That actually works
so
pretty
that I
well.
can have
Just
my
melee
camera
him.
on, and I can show you the giant buff place that I'm at occasionally on Monday nights. Because she is a Maine Coon and she is one of the most gigantic. Like she looks like a giant wild. Like she's like a baby mountain lion.
Wait, who is that? I can't read the subtitle. Is that Wheeljack?
I don't know.
I think that's Wheel. All right. This was fun, but I need to actually be able to read. Sideswipe. It's Sideswipe. That was fun though. Hold out until Reynolds' backup arrives. Wait, why do we need humans? We're robots. We're alien robots. We don't
Thank you,
require-
Dr. Bowers' office hours. You have a $2 donation.
Ah.
Dollar Prof here. Your channel's great.
Thanks, Professor.
That's awesome.
Oh.
That makes me smile. Aw, you swapped back Amy Cam.
I did. I'm dying pretty bad. I need healing. Like that right there. There we go.
They got us pinned down, all right. We're gonna need a hand. Did you get it? Cause he doesn't have hands, so he needs a hand.
He has hands, I think.
I think he just has blade arms. I'm pretty sure he doesn't
No,
have
no,
hands.
he's got hands.
He's got a stick and a blade arm. Where's the hand?
That's not a stick, that's a gun.
Okay, so he's got a gun. He's holding a machine gun and using
No,
a
he's holding
blade
a
arm?
sniper rifle in
Okay,
his...
so he's holding a sniper rifle and using a blade arm?
Yeah?
Why didn't they just give him sniper rifle hands and
Wait,
blade arms?
The Raven is saying that we... Okay. You see the message. Alright, there's the word. How do you say it? And then I'll say it.
Synecdoche?
Yeah, synecdoche.
Yeah.
Yeah, synecdoche.
Syn-
I mean, we probably have, like, there's definitely pronunciation differences in there because of, you know, our accents, but...
Synecdoche was one of those words that I always thought it was like synecdoche or something because I'd only ever seen it written and had never heard anyone
Synecdoche.
say it out loud.
Yeah, I think I've heard, like, synecdoche from people
Yeah, like-
before. Sign doc is another way I commonly hear people try to say it. I mean, like, I don't blame people because it's a unusual word and it is a very weird looking word.
Yeah, it's one that's not used in kind of common parlance, but also like yeah, it's weirdly spelled for how people it's like epitome. If you've never heard anyone say it out loud, you would assume it was epitome, but it isn't. Yeah, hit him with them blade arms.
So we did do some talking earlier in the stream, before you joined us, just about how insular VidMe kind of is. And actually, I had been tweeting about this. I'd been tweeting about this before the stream. Something I didn't learn actually until after the video went up is that VidMe's actually like 2 years old already.
Wow, really?
Yeah. Now,
And
it's
just
already
now,
gone through...
like, coming up.
Well, sort of. Like, it's gone through a couple revisions. And their first concept, and you can sort of see the remnants of this. Like, we were already pointing... I think we were pointing this out, or I was pointing this out when we were having a couple of our conversations about it, was that they were trying to be, like, Imager, but videos. You know,
Right.
that they had a system in place for just kind of for anonymous uploads, like that you could upload without an account, and then like Imager, it would just kind of like get posted to nowhere in particular. So if you just wanted, like, it's like, oh well, I just want to upload this 5-second reaction clip from Seinfeld. I don't want to have to make an account and log in and have that account be, like, losable or whatever. But yeah, so that's kind of still there, but also sort of not. But like, so that was one of their ideas. And so they've already retooled the site as a whole a couple times. And yeah. and I'm trying to remember where I was going. Oh, right, I remember where I was going with this. And so one of the things that I noticed, like, so Motherboard did a profile on the site this past weekend, and it's not bad. I mean, it's kind of what you would expect from a general profile in Motherboard. It's not super critical, but neither is it like a complete just pass. And one of the things that they mentioned as I was reading this profile was that VidMe had actually already started like content production. Like they had already started basically paying for, or like buying content, or like paying people to make content, exclusive content. And the example was 60-second docs. And it turns out that that channel, 60-second docs, had actually gotten their start on VidMe, or their first couple were in part funded by VidMe. The details are hazy for sure, but so I went to go check it out, and like I tracked their stuff down, and it kind of took a bit because they've actually gone through like a channel change in that time. But I found the original stuff, and it's it's actually kind of respectable numbers. Like they've got a few 100,000 hits per video. But where are you, Bumblebee? You moron. They got Bumblebee. What am I supposed to be doing here?
I don't know. I really don't know what you're supposed to be doing there.
The red...
Damn, the red arrows.
By the time the red arrows pop up, like... they're just throwing so much crap at you on a character who is really not built for handling that kind of crap. They're just like, alright, stealth section, okay, now fight swarms as a sniper. And it's like, alright.
Okay.
Okay.
That's helpful.
Maybe I'm just going too fast. Like, by pushing ahead, I'm actually, like, triggering events earlier than I need to. That actually wouldn't surprise me. What was I talking about?
VidMe, being 2 years old.
Oh, right. So I found, I tracked these videos down, and you're probably actually familiar with 60-second docs because they are like really popular on Facebook. Like all of their stuffs have like millions of views on Facebook. But I noticed that even though their early stuff had like a pretty decent number of hits on VidMe, like not gangbusters, but not bad by any means. That their new stuff was just doing awful. Like there's this one that I pulled out in particular it's like, okay, it's this kid who makes like teddy bears for cancer patients. And on Facebook, this video has almost 6 million views. And now Facebook's video setup is like really pads things because it starts counting a view like the moment something starts playing, and they have their autoplay thing. So it's fairly unreliable. But even considering that they've got their finger on the scale, like that 6 million views is going to translate into still a lot of actual impressions and people watching that video, and sharing it and stuff like that. So, but on VidMe, this specific video had 25 views. So it was 5.6 million versus 25. And, you know, and the early stuff did have good traction. Like, it, you know, a couple hundred thousand views per video. And it's like, okay, what happened? What went wrong in, like, the intervening time there that you go from this one extreme to the other on this platform? And it's really just that they weren't able to get people to keep coming back, and they weren't able to build a algorithm that would sort this kind of content, because these little 60-second docs, like, they're pretty good. I mean, they're, you know, light and fluffy and a little on the saccharine side, but, like, who cares? Like, you know, they're fluffy little 60-second docs. It's good little feel good, you know, just kind of just feel good social food. And so
CPG gray light.
What?
I said it's
like
CPG gray light.
Is
Is it CGP or
CGP?
CGP?
CGP gray.
CGP gray. Okay, so like
yeah.
CGP, like CBGBs.
But like so anyway, that it's like they couldn't build the systems that would get people coming back, that would sort this kind of content, this, you know, good content to the top, and so it creates a impression that stuff's not on your site. And then the fact that the algorithm very much, you know, sorts stuff just based off of social interaction, that it's like, oh well, it, you know, the trending videos are based purely on like last 12 hours likes and views, is that you end up with just, it ends up floating to the top all of the stuff like Ask a Gangsta and shout out to my VidMe peeps and 200 VidMe subscribers, thanks everybody, and, you know, this very internal stuff.
Well then, that sounds like a genius plan.
It was kind of funny when the co-founder, in his response to, so he typed up this big long response to me, and this I actually am tempted to like pull up and just read, because it was something. He straight up, it's like, yeah, we know that the front page can get a little ugly at times. It's like, why is that not your like top priority? Like, how many days in a row does the front page need to be ugly before any other service goes, wow, okay, fix it? Like, no, like, it's your front page. It's your front, like, I should not have to explain why the front page is important. Like, I've had a lot of VidMe defenders in my comments section being like, well, that Ask a Gangsta video is actually a parody. I'm like, it's a parody of the other video that is in that screenshot. Like, that does not make it better. That just means that it's like, oh, so you've reached the point where your like popular users are making videos mocking your other users for complaining about the service. Like, that's even worse, because that just makes your service, like, it makes your community look petty.
But the thing about it, though, is that it's not even about if it's a joke or not.
Yeah, it's about the first impression. It's like, I should not have to explain first impressions. Like, this should be self-evident. If I say, it's like, hey, this gives a bad first impression, like, this kind of looks bad at first glance, like, that should be self-explanatory.
Yeah, this whole thing just kills me. It just cracks me up. Because, honestly, who would have thought that this would begin and then now have grown to the level it is.
Well, that's the weird thing, is the
Like,
level
we're
that it's grown
approaching,
to.
like, a full-on, like, drama scandal.
Like, that's kind of the, like, bizarre thing, is that the level it's grown to actually kind of doesn't exist, because you look at these, like, clapback videos, and they've still only got, like, 1,000 hits each. And it's like,
Wait,
oh,
but
okay.
How many views on YouTube did the Ask a Gangstas video get where he told everybody to go watch his VidMe video? That's the real question.
Like, a couple hundred before he took it down. He took it down really fast.
Oh, yeah?
I'm assuming I need to melee Starscream, because I'm not doing nearly enough damage with my... Yeah, we're fighting Starscream. We're fighting Starscream.
Here's a question I have about Transformers and, you know, like, what? Why is it always got to be about how they were here, like, forever ago or whatever, and, like, are somehow tied into, like, these ancient places and stuff? Like, what? Why is that a storyline that we've let happen with Transformers? Like, why can't they just be robot aliens that came here from outer space? Like, if you want to make they were here in the past, like, instead make the video in, like, 1,000 years when they find the one at the bottom of the ocean, the body of, you know, like, show me the future of this universe when they got here in the 2000s. I mean, but don't really. Please don't. Oh, no, I put that out in the universe, and now that's going to be like Transformers 6. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm apologizing ahead of time. TJ Schaff, you make a good point. He says, because it's made by white people and we have to repeatedly establish that advanced civilizations in the past didn't become so on their own power. That's a pretty solid point. Are you playing this with a controller? What is this on?
This is on PlayStation. Hence my shooting is not that good. I am at a complete loss as to what the flow of this fight is supposed to be. Like, nothing here suits the character that I am playing as.
Do you choose who you are, or do you just, like, unlock things per section?
No, each mission just dumps me into a character.
And you have to completely relearn all the controls.
Basically, yeah. Like, look at this. It's like I'm playing a stealth character, and they're throwing like a horde of roly-poly guys at me. Do I have another gun?
Satan's best buddy is saying someone needs to explain why they turn into cars. Even just 1,000 years in the past, cars make no sense as a disguise. Which, okay, that's legit, but they do explain in the first Transformers movie why they turn into cars. Are we in the present now in this game, and we're just in, like, a ruin? Or are you back in the past, like, in this actual temple?
We're in the present. We're in 2011.
Okay. But where did you scan that car before only fighting in these ruins? Like, did you land in an area with vehicles? Like, this is a solid point. Like, we need to figure this out.
This is the tie-in with he ducked right before I shot. This is a tie-in with the third movie. So all of these characters have already been here for a while.
Okay. All right. So we're just shown these guys completely out of context in these Mayan, I'm assuming, ruins, and he's transforming into a car, and we're just supposed to take that all at face value? Like, what happened to our origin story obsessed culture?
No, we're way past origin story.
Like, this is unacceptable.
This is a tie-in with the third movie.
I don't care. You need to tell me how this guy, why he's a car. Why is he that car? Also, what is up with the arm blades? And also, how is he holding a sniper rifle?
He's a toy. He is an anthropomorphic toy.
I have to
None
say,
of these, like,
as a
Transformer designs already don't make sense.
As a child,
and
I did
now
have-
they're being,
I did
like,
have
now they're being
all-
run through the Michael Bay design filter. Like, these designs are just nonsense.
I feel like it didn't take. I feel like it didn't take too long. To quickly run out of any ideas and just start slapping together disparate parts.
What the heck? Okay. Alright, it went away, but there was
Jamie
something...
G says he's not holding the sniper rifle, it's just attached to his forearm. See? That is like his hand. He's not holding that. His hand...
No, he also has a hand. It's like, okay, if I put a Fitbit on you, your hand doesn't disappear because you have a Fitbit attached to your arm.
How do you know? You've never put a Fitbit on my arm. You don't know me. You don't know my life.
I
Tell me
feel reasonably confident.
Tell me I'm allowed to have a hand and a Fitbit now? I feel like these are unreasonable body standards. Oh my god. Oh, this is
Also,
just...
this came up earlier, like that,
Oh, yeah.
that I can actually like combo my melee attacks with this guy, and I can, but as we've already established, it involves using the like worst control scheme imaginable.
Gnome de Plume says, can confirm Fitbit turns hand into cannon. See, like, you don't know, alright? Like, oh. Okay, so we've got Transformers. We got Transformers going on, alright?
We got Starscream into the
got-
red.
We got
This
VidMe.
fight might end eventually.
We got VidMe covered. We got a whole slew of games. Let's talk about how excited we all are for you to stream Dream Daddy in July.
Everybody's pretty excited. That was like one of the first things people were asking this evening.
Did you got to talk about it before I got here? Awesome.
Like we didn't talk about it a whole lot, but people were definitely asking about it, and so I talked about the schedule.
I'm super excited for it. My only problem is I have, since the first tweets came out, I have then seen the art for all, I think it's 8, there's 8 dads, and like all of them are cute. So I'm gonna be useless trying to help you pick one.
We're gonna end up doing it off personality, I bet.
So also, well, no, but that's what I'm getting at. Like, Bad Dad and Goth Dad and Bear Dad, like, they all sound like a great choice to me. Like,
Bad Dad, I got to admit, like, Bad Dad
Bad
is
Dad
pretty
gets you
rad.
a little
Bad Dad's pretty
fan
rad.
self. Bad Dad's pretty rad. So, I've also seen, like, screen grabs of your personal dad character creator, and that's gonna be a good time right there. Do you guys have Bad Brad's pizza or something?
100 rubles.
Oh wow, that's magical.
I need to actually pay attention to, like, oh, man, oh god, there's so many super chats tonight. I don't know how to react. I don't know how to react.
Everybody loves
Let's
you.
see. I'm gonna read them. I'm gonna read them since I didn't call them as they were coming up because I was embarrassed. Great VidMe video. Loving the streams as always. Keep up the great work. Smiley face. Hope Amy is feeling better as well. As you can see, Amy is feeling like Amy. She did get poisoned this evening, but she's handling it much better than she did 2 weeks ago. Probably because she didn't also simultaneously get vaccinated and her ears swabbed, and yeah. So then Thomas Hederman, let's watch a video about fairies, and then here's the truth about fairies. Adjunct college professor here, your channel's great. Patronizing creators is cool, everyone should try. I'll join the party. Dano is one of my favorite personalities on YouTube, and oh no, Dan is a YouTube seller. He's going to take my money. Oh dang, it's already gone. Oh well.
Yes, I've been thanking everyone on your behalf while you were rambling about this, that, or the other. I assumed you'd
who
get
am I
to it
now?
eventually,
Soundwave?
so...
I'm Soundwave now? Okay, so this is just a, like, hard prequel to the movie because we're trying to get the moon landing information that the movie starts with. But, wait, what? The movie, the game, the stream. Head towards the green marker. All right, I don't. What? Interact. I don't. Why does Soundwave need a like World War I antenna?
Because he landed during World War I, obviously. Duh.
I guess this is actually like, I don't know, World War II, maybe Vietnam. Now I need to like relearn all of my weapons and abilities and hey, that kind didn't do anything really, not anything significant, not anything I should care about.
I obviously, you know, this has come up in chat also, but when we do play Dream Daddy, you know that your dad name is gonna have to be Craw Daddy, right?
Oh, there we go. We can charge attack. Oh man, it is gonna have to be Crawdaddy. Ah. People asking about the King Kong game. I've been trying to find it, just in stores, but I haven't been able to find it. Also, I'm trying to find the Hulk game that was a reskin of the prototype for Prototype.
I'm Kevin McAkern? Ask why Crawdaddy? This is a reference to an older stream. Which one was Children of the Craw from? Is that from the,
Battleship.
The Battleship, yep. It is a reference to an older stream when Dan played Battleship. Some gun name.
The Craw.
Was called the Craw. Dan became the Craw Daddy, and thusly his community of fans were for now named the Children of the Craw, for which a beautiful poster was created by a wonderful Twitter follower, whose name is escaping me at the moment. And I can't remember who they are in chat either. They're slightly different. I'll have to remember. Daisy asked, does Dan archive these streams? Yes, he does. They are all saved to a kind of invisible playlist on Dan's Folding Ideas YouTube channel. So if you go to his main channel page and find the playlist tab, there is a playlist that has all of the archived stream videos. And on occasion, when a good topic comes up, he'll cut out clips of them, highlights, and put them in the main channel.
there is also, like, even if you just go to, like, the main channel page, the playlist should be visible just from the thing, the main page. If you scroll down a little bit, because it'll have the list of, like, playlists and stuff.
Right. On like the home page. So
Yeah.
you can either scroll down from the home page or without scrolling down, click the playlist tab, and you only have like 2 or 3 playlists, right? 'Cause do you utilize them as much? I know it wasn't or something you did a
I've
lot
got
before.
more than that, but I've got more than 2 or 3. I think I've only got a few featured, so it's not like I have a whole list of 20. I mean, I've got a bunch of playlists, probably 10 or 12, but a bunch of them are just like, you know, Folding Ideas Season 1, so like really like the 2011 videos, the 2012 videos, and most of them are actually just divided up like that.
Right. And
But
sadly,
so
for all
those
of
ones
you,
are.
Season 1 does not include the original memes video
It
about
doesn't-
semantics.
No, it should.
I thought you took it down. Did you put it back again?
No, that one's never come down.
You did, because you were going to reshoot it.
I took it.
Yes.
No, I never took it down.
Oh, okay.
I've just
Well-
reshot it. Like I've remade that video like 3 times.
Everyone, go watch Dan's very first video, and then watch Dan's latest. Watch the VidMe video again, to prepare yourself for more VidMe talk in the future, because I feel like it's not gonna die for a little while here.
I kind of like, I don't know, like, so okay, so here's the weird thing about my current relationship with that topic is I do worry about becoming like obsessive about it, and VidMe is dying. Like they are already very much a dying community, and they're not going to get better. They've already hit like critical levels of insularity, and just based on my interactions with the creators, like there is not the overarching vision necessary to repair things. So it's kind of like I feel bad about just beating up on them, especially since it's like as we've seen that it's like, all right, well the like biggest videos on VidMe right now, so like of all time, like they do have videos that have done quite well, but it's like
Okay.
the stuff that's hitting the front page right now is only managing
thing,
like
though.
a few thousand hits.
Here's the thing, though.
So in a way it actually reminds me of like, okay, going back to like that guy with the glasses forums, that it's kind of like going on the Tigwatig forums and just like making fun of that guy with the glasses knockoffs. There's like all the Nostalgia Critic knockoffs, and you know, people who are getting this like, oh well, they managed to get like, you know, 300 hits, and look at how bad their stuff is, and look at how like obvious a just knockoff of Doug they are, and look, they couldn't even come up with an original opening line. It's just hi, I'm so and so, and I something something, so you something something something. I'm the Nostalgia Critic, and I watch it so you don't have to. Hi, I'm the Wrestling Critic, and I watch it so you know what's going on in the ring. Hi, I'm the... Dang it. I used to have like tons of these knockoffs like ready to go off the like tip of my brain, but I've since purged them because I'm trying to be less of an asshole.
You're the movie critic. You watch it, so they can't. So.
Oh right, that's what we. Yeah. Hi, I'm the movie critic. I watch it so you can't. Dibs.
Here's the thing, though. So, I understand the urge to not go all in, ragging on, or ripping apart, like, smaller creators, content, and channels. Like, I understand that urge. But, I think there is a difference between, like, not criticizing, but just like finding entertainment in things. Like, for example, you have no problem talking crap about all of these horrible video game tie-ins.
True, but I mean, all of these cost at least like $1 million to make.
It's true. It's true. Well, I'm not saying we're gonna sit there and
I'm not
talk about the poor lighting of.
Now there is, to a certain degree, like, okay, it is tempting. Like, so VidMe feels nostalgic to me because it's like, okay, their biggest dude is Ask a Gangster, a knockoff of. Now he's actually been around for a while, like
Right.
on YouTube. So he has like over 1 million subscribers on YouTube because he's
And
been
then
doing this for a while. But he
abandoned
is a
that to
straight
go
knockoff
join
of
Vimeo.
Ask a Ninja. And it's just like, you know, so everything about VidMe feels like I'm teleporting back to 1997.
I totally get that feel.
And it has that same kind of environment where it's like back when YouTube had like barely any content and almost no good content, and they hadn't refined the algorithm, and so just like garbage conspiracy theory stuff. And I'm not talking like the current wave of like skeptic conspiracy, like ultra racist conspiracy theory stuff. I'm talking like just the bug nut stuff, you know, would all just like float to the top.
Tristan McClellan, who is Ask a Ninja? Okay, Tristan, let's have a talk about the early days of 90s or the early days of the 2000s, the late days in the 90s, and also this awesome invention called the iPod. So once iTunes was like a thing, then podcasts became a thing, and along came this guy who became one of the first viral podcast mimetic celebrities, Ask a Ninja. I feel like all his stuff has to still exist on YouTube, right? Like, it's
Oh
gotta
yeah,
all be
he's
there.
got it. He's got almost all of them archived.
Tristan, you gotta do like just a little Google search for Ask a Ninja and watch watch Ninjelephant or the Minja, the Mini Ninja.
No,
episode.
1997 was the second year, was YouTube's second year. They were created in 96. It has been a decade. We are over 10 years of YouTube.
Ask a Gangsta does not have a theme song, and even if he did, it wouldn't be anywhere near as good as the Ask a Ninja theme song, which was wonderful.
But anyway, yeah. So when YouTube, so 97, 98, 99, like the earliest days of YouTube, you had tons and tons of Ask a Ninja knockoffs because it's like the easiest format to ape. Like it's so easy to just replicate. It's
Right.
It's the same as replicating Doug's thing, that it's like,
Right,
okay, well, you just
take a character idea, a trope, embody it, and answer questions like completely in parody
like that thing, you know,
as
yeah,
that thing.
as that thing. And in particular, like find a thing, like basically find an excuse to cover your face, because like a lot of okay, so actually this is the thing, is that a lot of people aping the formula didn't even necessarily understand what the formula was, because it's like like most of them got it, that it's like, oh, okay, you find something where like you have an excuse to cover your face so that you can do a lot of like comedic body humor to go with your responses, that like the visual humor of it, of the disconnect between what you're saying and where am I getting shot from? The disconnect between what you're saying and how your body's moving is part of the humor, like is a significant part of the humor. And
Right.
so if you have a character where you can cover the mouth and like most of the face and basically just do a lot of, you know, expressive facial acting, then that's part of it. But it was hilarious how many knockoffs like did not actually understand that was a core part of why people found it funny in the first place.
Right.
And so you end up with ones, and like I guess Ask a Mortician ends up being one of those weird ones where it was like they recognized that there was a trend, and they just did it like absolutely straight. So like Ask a Mortician is just straight up like questions for a mortician.
Only, wait, that's not the cute chick, is it?
It's.
Or is it like also kind of a joke account?
Oh, you know what? There was probably multiple. There was probably multiple.
Okay, because there.
Now that I think about it,
there's an Ask a Mortician user, Caitlin Doty, I think her name is. This is what it's telling me on the Googles, but I don't remember if that's her name.
Okay,
or if that's
I'm probably thinking
one.
of an older one because it was just a dude. It was just this like dude in a lab coat, just straight up like answering.
Who like jumped on the trend of naming, but
like
then took
recognized the naming. Yeah, recognized the naming convention as a trend, but like didn't recognize that it was all a joke. So it was literally just a channel of like questions for. It was like if you just created one that was like ask a scientist, like ask an entomologist, and everyone is like literally just sending in questions about bugs and they're just answering them straight.
Love it. Love it.
And I'm sure there were multiple, but yeah, so you wound up with all sorts, like all over the place. But anyway, whoa, how did we get here? We were talking about Ask a Gangster.
Because you were saying that you don't know how you feel about talking about specific
right. That it feels
creators.
like going back to like it feels like going back to 2007, 2008. Just because of the like easy access, like the cream floats to the top, except in this case cream is videos about whether or not fairies are real. Decide for yourself. Subscribe. $5.
You decide after
you
watching.
decide.
Ask a
You decide
Sumerian
after
apologist.
watching.
Thank you, Mattia Saruta. Oh god. Oh, this is great. And we've wrapped back around to fairies. We have. It's true. It's true.
Wait, am I going to address my 10-year time warp?
Oh yeah, because you said something about it happening in like 97. You were like, so like a decade ago, which 97 was 20 years ago, not 10 years ago.
Oh, I said 97 instead of 07?
At some point we were talking about the 90s.
Oh, no, okay, so...
Everybody.
No,
yeah,
okay,
it was
okay.
It was a chat meme for a bit while you were talking.
All right, I get it now. No, my brain, like, I literally thought I was saying 07. Like, I was thinking 07, but I probably said 97 because 07 actually sounds like it's got a bad mouth feel.
You know what the thing is though? The thing is though, the 90s feels like it is the last decade because we did not collectively get together and decide like what the hell we were going to call the decades in the 2000s. Like the aughts never caught on. The 20-teens is annoying to say. So like trying to...
Yeah, and we've got 3 more years of this until we can be like, hey man, we're in the 20s.
Exactly.
But even then, like...
Right? Then are we talking about these 20s or the 1920s? I don't know. I feel like it was really, really selfish of the 20th century to just take all of the numerically named decades for themselves and assume that, like, I don't know, history would be over by the time we hit the 2000s. And, like...
I mean, to be fair, there were multiple movements in the 1900s that did try to end history, where their stated goal was to end history.
Still, though, Like, come on, like you're just gonna decide that the 1920s are the 20s, the be all end all. I wonder if
The
I wonder if
20s.
people who were born in the 1800s thought that in the early 1900s. Like, I remember when the 20s meant the 1820s. Like, I wonder if people in that cusp generation feels the same as we do.
Wait. Oh, I am playing as Decepticons. I'm. Earlier, I was like, wait a second, isn't Soundwave? Because now I'm playing, like, now I'm flying around as Razorbeak, and I'm like, Razorbeak's a Decepticon, isn't he? And now I've got to eliminate all the Autobot guards. I'm like, these guys have color.
I like that you're a bird whose wings are like some kind of turbine. Or are those your wheels?
But then I also have, well, I have turbines, and then I also have like wings. I am a very weird construct.
I actually, so, if you've joined us before, you may know that I am from the Mitten State, Michigan, and we have one of the bigger maker fairs that takes place at the Henry Ford Museum, and there's a guy who has created a giant dragon, a mechanized dragon that, like, breathes fire and can be driven around, all from like side of the highway, side of the freeway, whatever you want to call, expressway, whatever you want to call them in your area, just all like trash from the side of the road. So it's all like blown out tires make the skin and the scales and things. It's really interesting. Evan Zobel, you go to the Henry Ford Maker Fair every year. You've probably ran into me. So I feel like if they had just gone with that concept for this bird thing, that it was just all, you know, debris.
Instead of flapping his turbines.
Yeah, instead of flapping his turbines.
I do enjoy, as people have pointed out, that there's like Autobot mooks, despite the fact that, like, in the movies, the Autobots, there's like 9 of them total, and it's a whole plot point. It's like, we're the last of our kind.
Right, but now there's just like all of the things everywhere forever. I feel like
Journal 420.
Smart bit of architecture, but in the controls on the second floor. Using the superheat generator from the volcano will save a lot of time and energy. Building the
flapping turbines sounds like a sex act. You know? I'm gonna disagree with you on that, I think.
A robot sex act. Hey,
Yeah,
girl,
baby.
you want to flap
Flap
our turbines?
turbines.
Yeah. They've established that there were more elsewhere because... Oh, yeah. So, okay. It's dumb and bad, but basically what happens is they started the first movie by being like, we are the last of our kind. This is all of us. You know, being all, like, serious like that, and then... in every movie since, they've just found more reasons to, like, bring more in because toys. So more Autobots show up all the time because you gotta have new Autobots to sell toys. So there's always some reason, and by some reason I mean often no reason, like literally no reason. They just show up. Yeah, like there's zero justification. Like they just show up. They're just there all of a sudden without explanation, and it's like, oh, okay, I guess they're there now. Assassinate the Autobot guards.
Get them all. Get them all.
I love these knockoff bumblebees. Bumblebee was a production model. He's not one of a kind. He's not unique. Look at all these cold-forged second-gen bastards. Poor
Those
suckers.
Guys.
There's actually a whole plot point in the like IDW continuity about during the war they did actually start mass producing artificial Cybertronians, and a lot of them were actually built because of the way that they were made. The builders were able to dictate what their alt mode would be. So instead of having a like random alt mode, which could be like, you know, a car or a dump truck or a gun or a bird or anything like that, they had an alt mode that was a bomb. It was always a bomb. There was a whole bunch of robots created, sentient, living robots whose dedicated alt mode was a bomb.
Did they blow up and then they were like that was it? Then like they couldn't pull themselves back together and rebomb?
No, they were a bomb. Like they transform, and when they're done transforming, they are a bomb.
That's some pretty rough commentary there.
Based on my analysis of the volcanic activity here, if just 3 of the stabilizers are taken offline, the magma chamber...
Yes, so Rasmus is commenting, it flaps its wings, but it also has a hover engine thing. Like, yes, particularly he's flapping his turbines, this is weird.
Weird.
Although, again, do you transform into a car? Also?
This one?
Yeah.
No, this one doesn't transform. Laserbeak doesn't transform.
So, like...
Laserbeak just runs around as Laserbeak. Actually, I guess sometimes Laserbeak transforms, but Laserbeak just transforms into kind of whatever Michael Bay needs Laserbeak to be right now. Alright, where am I going?
Oh. Alright, Dan, what's the state of the internet? What,
in general?
What did I miss? What have I missed this week?
I don't know. I've lost track of what's going on this week. I was mostly... I mean, I guess the thing that happened this week was a bunch of chatter about VidMe, especially since, you know, we got all those secondary responses.
It was so great. It was so exciting.
There was the one guy. What was the name?
Which guy?
Jenny. The one whose whole thing was like his logo was like a donkey, and Jenny wearing a donkey wearing a hat, and he had his whole snipe at the end of his video. Jenny Fedora, yeah. So it was a donkey wearing a fedora.
That guy.
And then at the end of his video, he's like puts on a MAGA hat and is like, it's like, should I wear this when I make the video? But you know those two guys, referring to me and Eli, it's like, they would just like judge me and dismiss me out of hand if I wore this. It's like, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
You were correct.
You were absolutely right about that one, my dude. That does not make you look like a a sensible source. And I did wind up commenting on his video and just
Oh, jeez.
and he wrote back basically just being, it's like, you got it's like, it was like the most predictable thing. It was like, yeah, but we got to be positive about, you know, this stuff. I'm like, literally nothing you were describing that you claim to be good about VidMe is actually like
Good.
intrinsic to VidMe. It's all just like the externalities of actually having a posting community that you
Right.
can interact with.
Also, like the thing that was upsetting about that video, and I didn't mean upsetting in like I was bent out of shape about it, but he does a pretty good job doing his best at putting forward, you know, his own arguments and things. Granted, he never addresses pretty much anything that you say in your video, or, you know, puts forth any evidence as to like why that isn't the case, or he doesn't make very good arguments, but he does his best to like come up with things that he thinks are good, and he's very calm throughout the video. You know, it's not like a swear storm like some of the other responses that we saw. But then at the
Yes.
end, he does that thing then where he just out of nowhere just blatantly, what did he call you? He called you something about like a crazy Canadian cat lady.
Oh yeah, out of nowhere.
And just like insults you out like suddenly like an attack on you out of nowhere, when he's kind of been trying to present himself as like a worthy of debate, you know? Like, and it was just so uncalled for and random. Oh my god. I don't Dan, why have you brought me into this world? I don't understand, and I don't like it.
So here, okay, to back up a couple conversation points, one of the other reasons why I like really kind of am reticent to do too much in that arena is there lies the road to Keemstar land. You know,
yeah.
that's where you end up in the like drama channel sphere of influence. And it's like I already have to deal with enough of that through the like specific anti-feminist, anti-progressive, anti-everything neo-Nazi light assholes, you know. And it's like, do I really in my life need to get involved with a whole bunch of dudes who want to be the Keemstar of VidMe? Like, is that a circle of hell that I want to find myself in?
I do. I feel like most of the arguments that people are trying to put forward about why they think VidMe is good are all completely around, well, this is a great space for new creators to come and build an audience in a better way.
Well, but and the thing is, it's not
way.
like it's sort of.
No, I agree, but I think that this misconception comes out of like, well, you know, you want to be the first person on this new platform, so that when your assumption is YouTube goes belly up and VidMe becomes the next hottest thing where everybody goes, you're already there and established, and like you're, you know, you've got seniority over there and all these things, and but this is a mistaken scenario. Like, that's not.
It's a gambler's fallacy.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you just kind of assume, like, the whole thing is a gamble based on the assumption that VidMe will in fact be successful. Because if VidMe's not successful, then you don't get an early starter benefit, and yeah, like it's. And the thing is that bringing okay. For all of these guys on VidMe who are like, oh, well, this is a great place to, like, build your audience and, you know, whatever. It's like, well, no, it's not. It's actually an awful place to build your audience. Like, it's an okay place to post your videos while you build your audience elsewhere. Like, if you're using it just crassly as a host, then it's like, sure, it's a fine enough place to, like, host your videos while you practice your craft, but literally any other service that lets you do that is going to provide the same thing while you actually build your audience, like while you actually focus your audience into a stable gathering place, whether that be, you know, a personal website, whether that be Tumblr, Twitter, or Facebook. But using like, and this is one of the vulnerabilities of these platforms, I mentioned it in the video, is that if VidMe becomes your like focus platform, if that's where you have a presence and VidMe dies, no one there will know where to find you.
Right.
You know, I put a lot of effort into building my presence on Twitter well before Blip went down, because I was well aware of the like potential vulnerabilities of Blip, and even then it still took a year to rebuild my audience after Blip went down, and we knew that was coming. We had an almost 6-month heads up on that.
Here's the thing though, and you know, you basically said it right there, and this is where I have a problem with this kind of attitude that I'm seeing in a lot of the VidMe videos that we've seen so far, is people are assuming that by being an early adopter and by being on this channel where they can get direct money in this fashion, and set up like subscriber paywall videos and things, that they're not gonna like that this is some kind of shortcut to being internet famous.
Yeah. All right, one sec. We're gonna try something. Lindsay is at Margaritaville, but
Also,
she is.
people are asking you to please mute your Facebook because they can hear your message blings.
Yes, I know. I am there.
Okay.
There should be no more. That was me, back and forth with Lindsay, and hopefully this will work. She may not be able to hear us, and it may be ridiculously loud. So we will see if this.
Oh, you're gonna try to get her in here?
Yeah, I'm trying to patch her in.
Awesome.
She is out of transfibers.
Well, I'll keep rambling then while you get it figured out.
Okay.
Until I hear loudness from the bar. So it seems to me that people are assuming this is some kind of shortcut to being internet famous, and they're not going to have to put in the work of building an audience and building a community and looking out for that community and kind of curating it in a way. And it's not. And so everybody feels like personally attacked because they're just assuming that this is their like easy train to internet famesville. And, you know, it isn't. People are already shouting for Lindsay. Is this the ultimate trio, Crystal, Dan, and Lindsay? I don't know. Is this the ultimate trio? We've also previously had Crystal, Dan, and Harris. Dan, we need some more trios because we have to figure out who would win in the trio bracket for ultimate trio. If you do get Lindsay in here, though, I'm gonna cut out probably just after 11 on you anyway. So.
Well, if this even works, like she'll be on her phone in Universal City Walk Margaritaville, so this
Wow.
will
Really
likely
exciting.
be pure chaos. Even if it does work, and right now it's doing that thing where it's like, okay, I've sent because she's on mobile, I need to do that like call.
You have to actually call her.
Like call her thing, but then it's not showing up, and we're not entirely sure why, because it's kind of weird and buggy, and Hangouts really prefer you all be on actually the same platform. Hangouts are really are designed around being in a browser and not. All right, I need to pause because she needs me to.
People were requesting that Amy gets belly rubs. So she
Oh,
does.
oh.
I heard some other talking. And it didn't sound like Loud Bar. Is it going poorly?
Not entirely sure what's going on. There we go.
It's going to be an interesting. Hello?
Hello.
Hello!
Can you hear us at all?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You get the ambiance of Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville.
So, how was it?
Yes, tell us, please.
Transfibers. I don't know. I'm actually kind of like giddy right now, and I don't know if it's like, you know, my nerd brain is completely overridden my critical brain because it's like obviously it sucks, you know, my brain movies, but like, oh, hold on. It was a lot less mean and more fun than the last 4. It's like maybe if they make another 5 or so movies, they'll finally figure out why Transformers is fun. Are you showing the Margaritaville anthem? I'm sorry, I don't have any headphones.
Oh, Amy Cat moved, and Laserbeak got his ass blown up. This is.
Okay. I have no idea what's going on in this.
We have no idea what's going on either. This is pure chaos. So right now in game, we are Laserbeak and we're flying around a Nest installation because we're stealing the coordinates on the moon where Spock is hidden, so that we can go get Spock and start the events of the 3rd movie.
Oh god, I forgot you guys. I mean, honestly, like, God, that one is so exhausting and painful. This one is more like 4. It's not exhausting and painful.
I don't know. 4 was pretty. 4 was exhausting. I don't know about.
Yeah, it wasn't painful. I mean, like, it's definitely exhausting. You will clock out, like.
But okay, so it's pretty much in vain with 4 then. And oh god, these drones. Laserbeak, why are you?
Okay, now I can see what's going on. I'll be with the delay. Why are you Laserbeak?
Because I actually don't really know. We were running around as Autobots for a while, and then all of a sudden we were Soundwave, and then Soundwave's like, I can't go in here, and then Laserbeak just showed up, and we switched to playing Laserbeak, and we've been flying around very slowly this interior installation for like 25 minutes now.
Oh my god, there's an amazing moment where, like, Marky Mark has his hero, like, I mean, that, like, their plot devices are so dumb, because, like, in order to have the humans matter, either they have to be military or have, like, a really dumb plot device involved. Marky Mark is the chosen one, and the
Wait. But Sam was the chosen one. They
No, so
have a
Marky
new...
Mark- I mean, it's weird because Sam actually gets mentioned in this movie. Like, he must
Wait.
be like a drug addict or dead or something.
Wait, really? I oh man, I am now deeply intrigued because they had just kind of erased all of that. Just like, no, we're not gonna mention it. Not going there.
No, they mentioned that, but it's just like, this just opens up more questions. Like, did he die? Or is he just like such a huge fuck up that they completely gave up on him?
Because the world is like totally screwed now, isn't it? Like it is just
Yeah,
completely jacked up.
Yeah, it actually begins in, like, you know, what remains of Chicago. They've, like, quarantined it. I was like, well, this is nice, I guess. They're kind of acknowledging that consequences are a thing. It felt very Batman v Superman in that way. But it wasn't annoying like Batman v Superman because they don't go too far with it. They're like, yeah, this is dumb.
So how's Sir Anthony Hopkins? How's Sir Anthony Hopkins?
I loved him. Like, he was having so much fun. It was like Turturro in the first movie. Like, and he gets like a hero death, but Michael Bay can't, like, he'll tiptoe up to sincerity and then, like, skewers it because no one's allowed to be anything but, you know, teehee toxic masculinity boys. Although, yeah, I probably shouldn't stay long. This is just, like, it's just difficult to talk without headphones and a margarita.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean, but thanks for kind of popping in real quick to...
Oh, yeah, we should. Oh, I mean, like, it's just funny because I'm seeing it tomorrow with more people.
Oh, oh,
I
damn it, Laserbeak!
walked into a press screening tonight, so I got to see it for everyone else. Be like, oh, my lizard brain actually kind of loved it, you know? Like, it's I don't know. I have such like visceral like lizard brain affinity for like Bumblebee. Like even when I'm laughing at how bad it is, I'm just like it's Bumblebee, you know. So like that part of me is happy, and the fact that like Optimus didn't murder anyone, even though he's evil in this one, was honestly like there's something in me that's like relieved. Like this, you know, like the sincerity that in me that is allowed.
I like that Optimus has a lower body count as a antagonist than when
Yeah. You know, he's literally only evil for like 5 minutes. It's just like the Dinobots in the last movie where you're like, Dinobots are coming! Then they come and they're only in there for like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Optimus is only evil for about one. I mean, like, he's evil at the beginning and he shows up for one scene and is bad, and then Marky Mark's like, no! And then he's like, oh, Marky Mark, sorry. You're right, I shouldn't be evil.
Oh man, I spaced out. Evil is bad.
I mean, it really does. It really does start with like Mark Wahlberg talks to animals, like the way he talks to Grimlock. Oh my god, it's so funny. Yo, Grimlock, what are you doing? I told you to put that car down, Grimlock. And then Grimlock just disappears and isn't in the movie anymore.
Wait. Oh, okay. That sounds about right. That does sound about right.
It's so yeah. I'll let you have fun with this.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Enjoy Margaritaville.
So yeah, I'm gonna go do some work at the Margaritaville. I'll see you on Wednesday.
See you then.
All right. Have a good night.
Take care.
Hang up. Oh, where's the hangout window?
There we go. Oh. Crystal is she could come back. Where is she? Where'd she go? I figured she just muted and walked away when I noticed that she had said something in chat, but I didn't. I wasn't quite. Wait, is it? Oh, I guess it is. It is 11 Eastern, and I think that's when she said she was gonna kind of take off. Anyway, ish, maybe. I don't know. I should message her because we were having a good discussion there about the perception, the kind of sunk cost fallacy of like this perception of VidMe as, you know, a shortcut, that if you can get in on the ground floor, and I mean it's not entirely wrong. Like here's the thing: is it's not entirely wrong if you can get in on the ground floor of a new platform, of a successful platform, then you do get first start advantage. You know, that is legitimate, but the thing is that in order for that to be a like sensible thing, you need to be able to judge whether or not a platform is going to be successful. You know? Because if it's not going to be successful, then you're just wasting your time. And if you're not good at judging whether or not a platform is going to be successful, then you're bound for a lot of disappointment. And these missile guys are really obnoxious. So, yeah. Amy is back in her spot. Sort of. If she takes off again, I'll probably just let her go. She's been sleeping for a while now, so. This game, I haven't actually talked about the game. Well, I guess I've talked about it a bit, but we can talk about it some more. It's really sluggish. You probably noticed with the Laserbeak segment that it doesn't really handle all that well. Oh, we're gonna die. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Amy's waking up. She's gonna wanna wander around and cause mischief and do Amy things. And I turned the camera off.
Okay. I was diligently working as an Amy minder. Yo,
Ah.
Psst.
Yeah, what's up?
I just came into the call. What's up?
We're transforming. Actually, we're not doing a lot of transforming because there's not a whole lot of reason to transform. How you doing?
Just fine. Link me up to the thing.
You are.
Well, I mean the actual video. I can only see the the actual call, not the.
Oh, right. Okay. Wait, 1 sec. Here,
Not the game.
Let me pause real quick.
I'm assuming this is streaming on YouTube.
It is. So, do you just want the? Do you care if there's the delay?
Yeah, that's fine because I can just because that way I can also answer the chat and all that.
Yeah. All right. Here's the. There. I put it in the thing with the stuff.
There we go. Also, hi everybody.
Hey everybody, it's Lewis.
Da, 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 da.
Oh no, that didn't work.
So, what have I missed?
Oh, a lot of back and forth, a lot of around and around conversation about Transformers and VidMe and whether or not the 1986 Transformers movie was actually good, which it wasn't. It was bad.
It was good. It was good.
And I was just starting to actually spend some time talking about the game and how kind of just like not very good it is and the ways in which it is not good. It's got really sluggish controls. It's got really ugly character design, though the character design being ugly can pretty much be blamed on the Bayformers movies because it is a direct tie-in with Dark of the Moon, so it's using the designs from there. You know, that makes sense.
Well, before we get to the game part, my last thoughts on VidMe, aside from the stuff you've already brought up on Twitter and whatnot, is that unfortunately History of Power Rangers got taken down by a legitimate DMCA takedown notice.
On VidMe?
On VidMe. They have said that I finally got a response from them today about it, and basically they say, hey, we're sorry, you have to counterclaim it. And submit a proper paperwork counter. Well, I say paperwork. Basically, I have to go and actually do a counterclaim on it as opposed to talking with them, which was what was encouraged from people to do with them because they're all,
hey, we're hip and accessible.
Yeah, but it's legal matter, so I'm not surprised that's what happened.
Yeah, and I'm also not surprised, like based on the kind of scale of their operation, that they wouldn't have any automated systems for handling that.
And that's kind of okay, because the automated systems on YouTube are not exactly all that great, and when it comes to actual legal stuff, I probably should handle it through the actual legal channels. It's just, do I really want to go through with that, especially because in the end it doesn't matter. It's the History of Power Rangers is going to have these problems anywhere. It's a pain in the ass for people who actually want to watch them, and I was done. God, I miss even just a Screenwave player.
Yeah.
None of these players were all that great. Blip was the only great player for me, but like I miss that. I miss just having a space because this keeps happening, and this is why I have to re-edit all the damn things. But it means cutting out a bunch of stuff I want to keep. Which in this case, I would actually still be proceeding with this. It's just during the Power Rangers in Space retrospective, there is a like music video moment, which I'm very proud of and I really love, and I want to keep that. But I probably means if I keep it on, it probably means I'm going to have to take the hit or pay for a cover. And paying for the cover is not a problem, but even a cover runs into problems, as I've discovered, just because stupid, copyright, they own the composition. So I gotta, so that's a whole thing. So that's what's happening with me.
Have you monetized on VidMe at all?
No, because I only want to monetize through advertising, and they're very anti-advertisement. Although,
well, they're not anti-advertising.
They're apparently starting to get into the advertising market because they probably realize that that's where the money is. No one's going to pay for a subscription service that doesn't actually offer anything. I've already got Patreon for a direct subscription-based system. Mind you, people tip. This one guy tips me on occasion for new videos, but that's like $7 so far since I started uploading there. Honestly, the VidMe, my VidMe account is mostly there to direct people to YouTube, because embedding YouTube videos does not get as much ad revenue, if any at all. So it makes more sense to just have a link to YouTube to do that.
Okay, I straight up can't tell where they want me to go.
There's not there's not even like a whatchamacallit, like a marker or anything like that?
No, there's no marker. It says find the second volcanic stabilizer.
Is there a map?
No.
Well, you're able to blow up some of those turbines. Maybe you can.
Well, just see, that one had a marker on it that was like, "Oh, come blow this one up." And I've used, so we're Shockwave right now, and so in theory, like if something's gonna blow up, we like stand next to it and use that ability. And
say he looks so much like Shockwave. I mean, how he's purple and has the one eye and transforms into a gun.
We transform into a SUV.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
Or we're not Shockwave, we're Soundwave. We're Soundwave.
That makes all the difference. I mean, maybe you could send a little guy off to find something among those little tubes. But,
well, we were running around as Laserbeak earlier.
I feel very sad.
Flying around, floating around.
I recall that one of the most boneheaded things I ever said in a review was the fact that I love the old Soundwave.
Oh, this door suddenly opened.
Oh.
Or did it? Was this a new? Is this a new path? I think this is a new path. This feels new. Yes. Okay. The door finally opened.
So one of the dumbest things I ever said in a video was I love the old Transformers toys. I mean, obviously a lot of the old Transformers are not that great, but I love Soundwave because I love having the little mini cassette Transformers, and I want to have another version of it, or even just the masterpiece version of it, which unfortunately is like really expensive on eBay.
Yeah.
And I said once and I said in like an early video, they don't just release the old Soundwave toy because they're allergic to money. And of course, in reality, that's not how toy sales work. And they wouldn't make that much money. So that was just very dumb of me. Especially because actually they did release in the Titans Return line a new Soundwave. So I got one of those, and they actually do have like instead of mini cassettes, they're these little iPhone versions of the cassette mini Transformers. They're actually pretty cool.
Oh, that's actually kind of cute.
And they fit inside of them one at a time, and I really like that. So I'm very happy with that.
That doesn't just knock you back. That's like a straight up insta kill. Brilliant, beautiful design. Beautiful design.
Why would you even need this? Whoever wrote this episode should die. Remember when Soundwave in one movie was just like was at least a communication satellite, because that actually kind of made sense.
Yeah. All right.
You know,
all
when you
right.
hear a guy called Soundwave, obviously what they mean is SUV.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not encyclopedic. I've said this like 800 times earlier, but I'm not encyclopedic. The car mode does like like this guy's car mode doesn't actually feel any faster.
Yeah, of course, I'm seeing the delays. I just saw you get killed again.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I was hitting the wrong button there. I'm gonna get stuck. I'm just gonna, you know what? No, I'm just gonna die to these things like for the next, I don't know, 45 minutes. And we'll just chat. We'll just chat while I repeatedly fail to get past these until somebody in chat actually like has an aneurysm and dies.
There you go.
Like just straight up like stops, and then we find out the next day. We find out tomorrow. We find out on Tuesday that it's like, oh, that was bad. They didn't come back because bad things happened.
I'm sorry I'm not there in person to try to give my try on this. What are you playing this on?
I can
anyway?
do it. No, I just need to stop like trying to rush through that last one. It's like, oh, I can make it in time. Crush.
There's not even a run mode.
There's a vehicle mode which is like absurdly slippery. And there is a run mode, which is then even harder to steer.
You know, there's one mechanic in this entire frickin' franchise, and how can you botch that so badly?
The other games, like from what I've heard, like Fall of Cybertron and some of the other, like there's actually some decent Transformers games out there.
I know
from
that part,
what I've heard. And yeah, apparently some of them do the actually do the like switching mechanic, like the transforming mechanic, pretty good.
Transformers is a very odd franchise for me because I was aware of the existence of Transformers as a kid. I was a 90s kid, so obviously I did not watch Gen 1 when it was a thing. But I was aware that there was some sort of Transformers, show at one point. Then I watched Beast Wars. And of course, Beast Wars was glorious.
Yeah. I mean, Beast Wars was actually like I was young enough to watch OG Transformers, and I certainly watched some of it, and like I had a few of the toys. I actually honestly had more Rock Lords than I had Transformers. But yeah, it was Beast Wars where I actually really got into it.
So Beast Wars talked about the Great War between the Autobots and Decepticons and made it sound epic and glorious, and that of course entices the imagination of the little one. So when eventually back before back in pre-YouTube times, when I did discover the Transformers cartoon, so some sites had it online, just for giggles, somehow you have really low 180p if you're lucky.
Yeah.
Kind of things. So, and actually getting to watch the episode is like, wow, this is not exactly what I was expecting, but kind of cool.
Yeah.
Of course, nowadays, even as an adult, like, a lot less mentioning of how just how often Starscream and how the plots were kind of silly back then.
Megatron has a nosebleed. I am the leader now.
I'm assuming Lindsay is back from Trans-5mers.
Yes, she is. She is working in a Margaritaville at the moment. Wait, did I go the wrong way?
Did you go in a circle or something? It's almost like everything
Or did
looks the same.
Oh no, I needed to blow up the thing in the middle.
Ah.
I walked past the thing I needed to blow up because I was not paying attention. All right.
Distracting you? I'm very sorry.
No, don't worry about it. I am my own distraction, really. And Yeah, the game is really sluggish. Did I mention that? Have I mentioned how sluggish the game is?
I think you might have mentioned something.
That the controls are not terribly responsive, and that everybody moves like they're, you know,
wading through molasses.
That they're made out of just like a bunch of hams strapped together. Basically, the characters all move like they look they would move, which is poorly. These lasers are burned through my chassis. Alright, well then I'll not touch them. That actually did a lot of damage really fast.
I got a lot of people correcting me when I said chassis instead of chassis. Because I don't usually regularly use the word
out loud.
Let's see what are Beast Machines I actually enjoyed.
I didn't watch Beast Machines, so like Beast Wars was at that perfect time where I was in that phase in high school where it's like, oh yeah, let's watch lots of cartoons when we get home. Also, like my younger sister made it easy to watch a lot of cartoons because she wanted to watch cartoons. So it's like, all right, what can we agree on? And it was like, all right, just leave it on YTV, which is the Canadian Nickelodeon equivalent. So we'd watch Rugrats and Beast Wars together. And yeah, so then by the time Beast Machines was on, I was older. What year was Beast Machines, actually?
I want to say 98.
98. Well, no, then that should have overlapped as well. But I have like no memories of Beast Machines.
Yeah, let me look it up real quick.
Like this is the weird thing is that
1999 to 2000.
99 to 2000. So it was short-lived.
Yeah, it was only 2 seasons.
Oh well, okay. So then kind of blink and you'll miss it. Also, that would also line up with when I finally got a girlfriend. So.
Well, yeah. In the case of Beast Machines, it was a very. The thing is, it actually kind of made sense if you think about the fact that demographics age. That it would be because it's a darker series, less humor, same characters as Beast Wars, so it kind of continues on. But I understand why people dislike it so much. I personally thought it was fine. And it had this, and as Gnome de Plume puts it, it has this weird thing about making Cybertron organic. Because one of the subplots in the series was organic versus technological, and a very odd spiritual element to it. Like instead of the regular transformation phrases in the first season, it was "I am transformed."
Mm-hmm.
And they dropped that for the second season, so they just transform without any kind of call. And the and while initially the first season conflict was organic versus technological, season 2 was realizing, we were kind of extremists, so why don't we have like a balance, so techno-organic material?
Huh. Interesting.
And like some of the good guys ended up becoming bad guys for various reasons, like mostly brainwashing.
Naturally.
Mm-hmm. Rhinox just went straight up evil, though.
I wish I could remember Beast Wars better. I mean, I know I really liked it, but now that I'm thinking about it, like, I don't know, my memory's just kind of bad. So I'm like, all right, what characters? It's like, okay, Black Arachnia.
Mm-hmm. In season 2, we finally get another girl Transformer.
Oh, sweet.
She is a plant, actually, like one of the first plant Transformers.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so Black Arachnia. Rhinox. Optimus, not Optimus Prime, Optimus Primal.
Truck, not monkey.
Yeah. Megatron was a dinosaur. He was a T-Rex.
Purple T-Rex.
Purple T-Rex.
And
his
the
name
T-Rex head
was...
on his hand tended to have a mind of its own, so you gotta treat it like a pet.
And I'm trying to remember what his name actually was.
It was Megatron.
It was just Megatron?
Yep. He took the name from his namesake. At the end of season 2 and season 3, they start linking to Gen 1 stuff a lot more. basically they're on primordial Earth, and they have the golden discs that one of which was sent out from the Voyager probe. Because the Transformers eventually discovered it and discovered a way of traveling through time. So the Predacons are the descendants of the Decepticons, and right now the Predacons and the Maximals.
See, I remember that much. That.
And Megatron decided to go back in time, both to collect energy for his cause, as well as try to affect development in time, because he found a message from the original Megatron. Basically saying, I know this technology is being developed. It was like he recorded it right before he became Galvatron, like while he was floating in space. And basically said, I know this technology is being developed. I leave this message for any Decepticon descendants who may find us. Go back in time, kill the humans before they help out the Autobots.
See, I don't remember. I should go back. I don't know if I should go back and rewatch Beast Wars.
It's a bit of a jarring thing when you realize how.
Yeah,
how
I bet
CG,
the animation.
But honestly, the storytelling is that solid. It's good. There's a reason why it is so fondly remembered.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be a bit of a trip because I actually did watch it back then. So it'd be you'd go through that like fever dream like phase where you're like, I kind of remember this, but I kind of don't.
The end of season 2 is probably the best because that is when they actually discover the Ark, and where like the premise goes straight up. We have to defend the Autobot Ark from Megatron because he's trying to destroy them, and we get some cool upgrades.
Yeah, and see, like I have the haziest memories of that, and I remember like characters starting to get like weird upgrades and transformations and stuff. And
yep, Optimal Optimus, where he because Megatron succeeded in shooting Optimus Prime in the face, he put Optimus Prime's spark inside of himself to try to preserve it while they repaired his body, and somehow that mutated his metal body so that it became this weird much more metallic form, so even more so than the transmetal thing.
Yeah, I just want to show everyone, like point out in game all of this like hot platforming action that the game is totally like built around and is not at all ridiculous.
Yeah, this is I can see just how difficult it is to jump up and like how awkward it looks. So, Beast Wars Season 3 is a lot. Beast Wars, most of it is solid. Season 1, of course, is a lot more kiddie, which, it should be. It's a kid show, but it feels kind of jarring compared to Season 2 and 3, which are a lot more serious. Well, I say serious, as serious as you could be with this franchise.
Here?
It is well voice acted. The humor is great. The stories are great. I really recommend Beast Wars. Beast Machines is not as good, but if you're willing to accept the fact that tonally it's different, I say go for it.
Have you been keeping up with the comics at all, like the IDW stuff?
No, I am aware of some of the stuff that's happening, mostly because of like David Willis and a few other people posting about him. But I'm actually more following the ROM stuff because ROM came back.
What's the ROM stuff?
ROM was a very unique thing. I actually did a full retrospective on his comic series because ROM was an attempt by Mattel in the late 70s to create their own robot toy. It's a garbage toy. It's not very good, but it was promoted by the fact that,
Wait, ROM Space Knight?
Yes.
Oh, I have like just the vaguest memories of you go to the store and you see the toys and you're like, that's a garbage knockoff.
It wasn't a knockoff. It was an original thing. But here's the weird thing with ROM. And like I said, I did like a 2-part retrospective on it. It's glorious. I recommend it. Because here's the thing. They decided to license the thing out to Marvel. And Marvel basically created the entire mythology of ROM Space Knight. And because back then Marvel's licensed stuff has always been very, very weird, because basically their licensed stuff is in continuity.
Wait, what do you mean? Like,
as in part of Marvel canon involves ROM and the Space Knights and the Micronauts. There was a time Transformers was.
I remember,
part
yeah,
of that, but they eventually decided, yeah, let's leave that out.
Because I remember the like Transformers overlap with like Spider-Man.
But ROM is in canon. It is like officially a part of the Marvel universe. They can never say the word ROM ever again. But the Space Knights, the villains of the series, the Dire Wraiths, and anything else they created for it have shown up in other Marvel stuff. And in fact, ROM has had a major impact on a bunch of Marvel Comics characters, including helping inspire Rogue to become a good guy.
Oh, speaking of, are you looking forward to the absolute hot mess? Wait, did I die? How did I? Of Dark Phoenix?
Oh, jeez. Well, the good news for me is I haven't watched any X-Men movies since X3, aside from Logan.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay. All right. So you've basically you've checked out almost as much as the cast has.
I have First Class on DVD. I just never watched it, and my brother swears by those movies.
First Class was okay. Days of Future Past was okay.
I hear Apocalypse was terrible.
Apocalypse was awful. Apocalypse was boring.
And I can tell you right here how you fix Apocalypse. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to. I'm trying to remember his name. I'm looking him up right now. I need to find. Not William Campbell. It was someone else. Okay. The way I can tell you exactly how to fix Apocalypse. You resurrect John Colicos.
Who?
John Colicos was an actor. Very actually kind of famous actor, played several major things in geek things, including the original Baltar in Battlestar Galactica.
Okay.
And he was the voice of Apocalypse in the 90s animated X-Men series.
Okay.
You get him back to do the voice, and I could tell just from like trailers and whatnot that Apocalypse was going to fail because they had the completely wrong voice for him.
That was, having seen it, that was far from the
I know,
critical flaw.
Probably far from the worst thing at all. But with these kind of movies, they refuse to make their villains loud, booming, and over the top, as a villain like Apocalypse should be. Because anytime Apocalypse was around in the 90s animated X-Men series, he captured your attention. You paid attention to every single frickin' word he said.
Oh man, the problem. Okay, so the actual problems with X-Men Apocalypse.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, they are deep and numerous, but the single biggest problem is easily that the cast is just straight up bored.
They are not interested at all in what's happening in the story.
Yeah, that in particular, Jennifer Lawrence is phoning it in, is putting it politely. Even James McAvoy, you can tell he's kind of hitting his limit. Magneto is played by Fassbender. Fassbender is also not quite as checked out as Jennifer Lawrence, but getting there. And yeah, so just that sets a tone for everything that really does not. This is actually really hard.
What is actually killing you?
There's a lava wave coming behind me,
Of course.
That I can't see until it catches up to me, but like you can see the screen starts to get hotter as it gets closer.
So like everyone's bored in X-Men Apocalypse.
So everyone's bored. They bring in a couple. Crap. The controls. There's. Actors are bored. The movie goes on way too long. It brings in too many plot threads that don't do anything and don't connect. I am not going to disagree with Apocalypse's voice being bad just because it's not good. Like the way everybody's bored. I shouldn't just say that those people are bored. Everybody's bored. Everybody is bored. It's just a very, very lifeless movie, with the exception of like one single scene, which is itself already a like is just a I don't want to say rip-off, but rip-off of what Marvel already did with the character and what Fox already did with the character. That it's like, okay, we've got Quicksilver, so we're going to have a Quicksilver does Quicksilver stuff scene. And it's very technically impressive, but it's yet another Quicksilver does Quicksilver stuff scene. And it's like, okay. And it's cool and fun, but there's literally like one fun moment in the movie, and otherwise like I barely remember it. It's like, okay, there's ancient Egyptians, and then there's modern Egyptians, and Apocalypse builds a giant pyramid in Cairo, and this lava wave moves like so ridiculously fast.
This is, again, I hate to, I'm going to keep citing my childhood cartoons and stuff because they're always so much better than, modern stuff. There are like several plot lines they could have done from the animated series that actually would have probably worked better with Apocalypse. I can just think of that would be exciting and interesting than just he builds a pyramid. Part of the least exciting and interesting thing about Apocalypse is, him, his or mutant stuff or anything like that. It's the fact that he's completely insane and insanely powerful, which makes him like really difficult to kill, and his ambitions are insane. So like you make him actually build his 4 horsemen and like go on a rampage.
Yeah, so he gets his 4 horsemen, who are Magneto and Storm, who makes sense. He injects them with power. It's like, all right, control the weather, control the planet itself. But then, frick. So it happened again. So transforming is controlled by L3, which is pushing down the stick. But the stick that you use to steer yourself is also the stick you use to transform. So if you steer yourself a little too vigorously,
you transform.
I
don't suppose any way of altering the controls.
No.
Of course not.
And you need to race through this cavern, but you get caught up on all sorts of little terrain things, and getting caught up on little things is the opposite of going through it quickly.
Like the first Apocalypse plot in
no,
X-Men
a drift control is not helpful in this case. Like there are okay, the controls that would make this good would be redo it entirely, because So R1 is boost, but that actually makes things worse because it means you're more likely to just like propel yourself into a wall. So you need to be, so it's like L2 to put your guns away, which speeds you up. And then if you've got L2 and R2, then you get an actual boost. So you need to find these straightaways and be like accidentally transformed.
Question: do you have what controller are you playing this on?
PS3.
Okay. How many directional pads or joysticks are there on a PS4 controller?
Wait, how many D-pads?
If any. Because the thing is, sometimes, because I recall, because I'm not a big gamer, I recall that there are sometimes redundant controls, like you can use like a different, use a D-pad instead of the joystick or something like that, so you don't accidentally transform.
I would need to check. I'm pretty sure that this game doesn't have rebinding.
Well, I mean, like sometimes because they don't have any use for the buttons, they'll just have the other things. They'll just have use a D-pad.
Oh no, it was going great until that was actually doing really well.
Then you got hung up on rocks.
Then I thought I had a straightaway, and it turned out I didn't have a straightaway, or I did have a straightaway into a pit.
Yeah, I saw that. At least you finally figured out a way to boost.
Well, no, I mean, it's not a problem with, I've known how to boost. It's more that boosting is about as likely to get you into trouble as it is to get you out of trouble. Because you steer about as well as an SUV driving down the inside of a volcano.
Volcano would be, yeah. It's like I'm thinking of like X-Men Animated Series episodes. It's like, how do you make Apocalypse exciting? Like his first plot line was about him trying to brainwash mutants and made them into his 4 horsemen, and he planned to do it with more of them. And that was still pretty exciting, even though it was like 3 no-name mutants and Angel.
Yeah, okay, so, right, that's what I was doing. So it's Magneto, Storm, Angel, and Psylocke. Oh, there we go. That's going to be a death. Or not. Oh.
And I'm assuming his plan is just your general old I conquer the world kind of thing?
Yes.
So, second Apocalypse plot from the animated series, he joins forces with the Brotherhood of Humanity, and helps develop a virus to try to cull the mutant population, without them realizing he's a mutant. And there was time travel shenanigans in that because you had Forge traveling back in time to try to avert the plague, but then even farther in the future was Cable. Because of Forge's time travel shenanigans, it screwed up the future even worse. So he has to go back and deal with that. So that's actually kind of, basically.
Oh, God damn it. Come on. I'm almost there, but it's shining this bright light in my eyes, and there's all of these things to get caught on the side of the... It's like,
I see. It's better on YouTube because it's not as bright. But yeah, you made it through.
That was really bad.
Yeah.
The number of buttons you need to hold down simultaneously to do that. Because you're also... So it's like you've got you're using your left stick, you're using your right stick, you're doing your normal twin stick controls. Then you need to be hitting X to jump. You're holding down L2 the entire time to stay into the shifted mode. And you're holding down R1 to boost.
Yeah. So if Soundwave is an SUV, what does Laserbeak transform into? A spare tire?
Nothing.
Yeah, that looked hellish.
Fortunately, it's one of those ones
the
where if you
Legacy
get
virus.
past
I'm
the
not familiar
beginning,
with
you're fine.
with the actual comic storylines because I'm not that big an X-Men fan in terms of the comic stuff. Yeah, it ended with Cable infecting Wolverine because that was how they got around it. They needed the antibodies from Wolverine to carry on, across to the future. But then the final big Apocalypse storyline was Beyond Good and Evil, where Apocalypse steals Cable's time travel capabilities and discovers some kind of nexus point in time, and it's this huge, epic, like 4 or 5 part story, which like unites all characters in the X-Men franchise, good and evil, and has them undergo various shenanigans, and it's awesome.
Oh well, Starscream just got owned, but we get to run around as Starscream now.
People were upset when I did my Secret Wars review because I gave Ultron a Starscream-like voice. Because the thing is, I just always envisioned Ultron with his big-ass mouth always hanging open and screeching about, like, I'll destroy all organic things! And, high-pitched and shrieky.
Yeah, actually, like, from myself, like, when I was a kid and I looked at, because I had a lot of the trading cards, and so, like, the Ultron trading card, like, I figured he would have had a high-pitched, screechy voice, because he does. He looks like he's screeching perpetually.
And I do like Age of Ultron. It's a different form of the character, and for the comics, I'm going with the screechy voice.
Yeah, I mean, like Age of Ultron, like that was a great interpretation of the character. I mean, the like script it was wrapped around was not fantastic, but.
Sorry, I still just remember, probably my favorite scene of Ultron in that movie is him accidentally cutting off the dude's arm and be like, oh god, I'm so sorry, man! Good time.
Alright, so every mission they put you in a new transformer, which means that every mission you need to figure out like what's different about your character's abilities and strengths and weaknesses. And so I have no idea what Starscream here actually like does or is good at, and apparently if he gets caught out even remotely in the open, he just dies like a chump.
Well, it is Starscream. Dumb question. Since he's since you have transformation mode, can he turn into a jet and then fly off? Like, could you avoid this battle?
I can turn into a jet and kind of hover around, but I then take a whole bunch of damage and die like a chump.
Yeah, there's no place for you to go, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get to cover, and they're just gonna all throw grenades at me. But if I can avoid taking damage long enough to heal. His accuracy is awful. And all of these guys have grenades.
Dame's book and a book note. Yes, this is Linkara. This is me enjoying my day off because it's Monday. I went and got the long box of the damned posters from the printer. I will go. I need to go back out at some point and get a picture frame and hang that up on the wall. Very happy with how the long box poster turned out. Probably going to use that same artist, Scutch, when I do the long box movie. I'll probably have him do the DVD cover. Classic style painted horror, vintage, 80s style painted cover for the horror thing. Are Disney comics American and European? I do not know off the top of my head. Probably a little of both, because I know there's a lot of European Disney comics. The thing is, I am actually one of those rare exceptions where I've never read any of the Disney comics. I know that's always a thing with a lot of people, especially was it Don? I don't think it was Don Bluth. It was Don Rosa, I think. who did like considered like the best Disney comics, like mostly the Uncle Scrooge stuff.
Yeah, I had a few of those. I've read a handful of them as a kid. Actually, so this is a conversation that Nash and I have a bunch about whenever we get into one of our hey, let's all rage about Diamond modes,
yeah.
which is more and more these days. But
to
it's
answer
like
the person in chat, Jason Hales, yes, my stuff is on YouTube now. Look up Linkara - Top the Fourth Wall, or just search for AT4W or anything like that. I have an official channel. It's awesome. I have like 90% of my old stuff there, and all new stuff is posted there. Anyway, go ahead, sir.
one of the things, like growing up, I actually didn't read a lot of Marvel. So I lived rural, like. Catch, air raid in the canyons. Okay, so I lived rural, so we didn't really have barrel
access
roll.
to a comic book store.
Access to a comic book store. So can I go? There we go. I can't see. So most of the comics that I actually read as a kid were like the stuff that we could get at, the grocery store. So it was like what they had on like anything that would actually be sold on newsstands. So it was actually like a lot of Archie and
Disney
and the Disney comics. So like I read a lot of Scrooge McDuck. I read a lot of Count Duckula, Archie, and all of their auxiliary stuff. So what is Richie Rich and whatnot. Like I read a lot of that stuff as a kid actually, but not a lot of actual superhero comics.
In my case, I actually just did a recent interview with Pat the NES Punk where I got into this, and we failed to get into this because I actually did not read a lot of comics as a little kid. I got into comics more in my very, very early teens, mostly thanks to my brother, who collected Nightwing comics because he was a huge fan of Nightwing in the Batman animated series. So I would read his stuff, and in one of the Secret Files and Origins issues, it talked about the Teen Titans, and I was like really interested in that. And so I got into comics through the Titans, and started reading other stuff from there after like the Titan series that I loved finally ended. And so I was like, well, I gotta start reading other stuff just so I can start getting into this. And I got into like the JSA, and just went from there to there as I started seeing like, oh cool, these other events that happened during this time while I was reading Titans that Titans ignored because Titans were kind of the black sheep of DC at the time.
It wants me to chase him, but it won't actually let me speed up. So there's a speed limiter that it put on me when I got into the combat arena, because the combat arena was supposed to just like fly at a different pace. It made sense.
Yeah.
But it's still doing it, so I'm supposed to catch up, but I can't because it won't actually let me go full speed.
It wants you to go through everything else beforehand, maybe?
I don't know. It felt absurdly sluggish, but I made it to the cutscene in time. So.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I got into comics much later than most of my peers. I was mostly into like the superhero animated shows on TV and whatnot. But yeah, superhero comics are my jam. I like the idea of modern day knight errants. I like the idea of going and fighting evil. Are you walking on clouds?
Yes.
Like you transform.
Well, I'm just kind of like.
I'm pretty sure you were on top of the clouds.
Yeah, I can just kind of like keep floating forward. Yeah.
What's even the point of the jet boat if you can fly? But yeah, that was. Yeah, I love the idea of modern mythology. I love modern day knight errants. I like the theatricality aspect. Batman Begins is probably my favorite superhero movie, just because it goes into why someone would dress up in a costume to do it, and does it in a very logical manner. I like the philosophy of it more than I like the any particular actual action scenes or whatnot.
Now here we go, a very typical video game dogfight, where you can
never
get
actually like face them.
Yeah. Oh, it won't. It would not let me turn to the left to target that guy. And anyone who's asking, like, oh well, do you have XYZ feature that would make this actually like playable? No, I don't. I don't have target lock on. I don't have, much of anything.
How is it
I can't actually turn fast enough to, like, aim at them. I am locked in terms of my, like, up and down, like my pitch. I can't pitch past certain points. Like, I can't do a straight loop-to-loop there. I just killed one by, like, ramming it. So that has thinned them a little bit.
It is astonishing to me that, like, when, like, developers come up with the very basics of this kind of thing, like a decade or two beforehand, like Star Fox, and they can't replicate that, like, in a game that is so much more primitive by comparison.
Oh, there we go. Next phase, something, I guess. Chew on this, Starscream. Alright, missiles inbound.
To the chat, I never said that it was deep. Not a matter of being deep, it's a matter of I enjoy what it does discuss. I mean, none of these movies are particularly deep. It's hard pressed to find any movie I've found to be particularly actually like deep or have some kind or have some greater wisdom to the world at large.
No.
That sounds stupid to me. That sounds pretentious.
No.
Like any medium, you have stories that are actually are legitimately profound. That was dumb of me to say. I say dumb things. Why do you have me on this chat?
To say dumb things. That's why you're here. Oh, can't quite fire at these things because we're all just sort of floating above stratosphere. We're not actually on him.
To answer what you're saying, Somniferous Almond, to a degree, yes, Batman is just a rich white guy who beats up the poor or mentally ill. But, not discussed is the fact that, in any kind of these stories, usually in the comics at the very least, Bruce Wayne is actually extraordinarily charitable, and he works his damnedest to actually, contribute to, mental health and charitable organizations and trying to improve things. He does, he doesn't just beat up people. He actually does use his wealth, to combat the problems in Gotham City. It's just the problem being that the nature of comic books being what they are, he can never actually make any progress.
Well, I mean, and tied to that is the desire to take fundamentally silly things that were designed in a very silly way, and ground them in reality. So you end up with oh well, he fights a guy who dresses like a clown, and it's well, Batman used to dress like a rainbow zebra, at one point. These are...
Sir, as the comic fan, I have to correct you. He dressed in a rainbow suit
and a zebra. Yes.
They were not one and
They were not the same. Those were two different costumes. They were silly, and it's it's not until you try to justify that in towards the rules of our reality that suddenly it's these people are broken, and you start to get things, and I think legitimately fascinating critiques like the Joker paradox, that Batman is in many ways the cause of his own problems, that Joker elements are get introduced into systems as a result of Batman-like operators. that interfere with with more. I don't want to say natural processes, but more cyclical processes.
And of course, there's the escalation of the character because every character wants to make their own. Everyone wants to make their own mark on it, so they keep escalating how bad the Joker is. So it starts getting utterly ludicrous that like just a cop doesn't shoot him in the face at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, I can understand legally death penalty. Like, I think I actually think Gotham does have a death penalty. That was actually the basis of a storyline, where, whatever state Gotham is in has the death penalty, but Joker's always gotten away with it because he has really high-priced lawyers who get him off on an insanity charge. And the basis of the story is that during a trial, he gets accused of a crime that he did not commit, and his ego refuses to let him take credit for it. So he's like, "No, I wouldn't do it like that. This is how I would do it because basically ruining his own insanity defense. So he's declared guilty and given the death penalty. But Batman being all about justice, he can't let him die for the crime of someone else. So he has to prove the Joker's innocence. Even though, by this point, the Joker is a mass murderer.
Mm-hmm. I've been having so with one of my pet favorite kind of superhero adjacent subjects is the old Adam West Batman, and the legacy that it is unfairly accrued, which is it's like, oh well, it's campy and bad, and that
it's campy and good.
It's funny. It's funny because it's bad. And I'm like, no, it's funny because it was written as a comedy.
It was.
Like it's funny because it's like, oh well, look at all of these stupid signs that they put on everything. It's like, yes, that's what's called a visual joke.
Yeah, that was part of the gag. It was the idea was that
like, yes, they knew that
the adults would get it, and the kids would just like seeing a superhero doing fun superhero stuff.
Yeah, it's the bat shark repellent is not.
Did they think that was
bad
serious?
Taste? It's like no It's like bat shark repellent is a joke. And so I actually wanted to do. Oh man, I should have. That's actually what I could throw it together tomorrow. I could have that done in one afternoon. A cinematographic analysis of the bomb scene, like when he's running with the bomb, and basically proving my point that it's like no, these were made as comedy. That it's like just using cinematographic analysis on the bomb scene to demonstrate that like yes, this is in fact being created with intent, and that intent is humor.
I think part of the problem, why people, some people say that it was like no, it was unintentionally funny, is because of the backlash to it in the wake of like more serious Batman stories, both in comics and in the and of course the Tim Burton movies and Dark Knight Returns and all that. That like they retroactively forget that it was intentionally a comedy, and thus and because pop culture associated Batman as a figure of ridicule, they just they transposed this idea of like, well, they were clearly making they didn't get the character kind of crap. Which of course even there was I think it was Batman Brave and the Bold. I think do not quote me on this, which had an episode which featured Batmite like answering questions from fans and like why isn't the character dark anymore, like that, and his answer was like, Batman has been interpreted in many different ways over the course of history. There is no one correct interpretation of the character.
You got Silver Bolt. I finally got one of these guys. This is.
I know this looks not fun at all.
This is ridiculous. Like there's like no tracking on my shots, and my guns fire so slow and it takes forever just to get even, like, facing them. There we go. Finally, come on.
As for the subject of the silliness things, there is another comic which has a quote that I always love to cite in regards to any there's a place for every genre in comics. There's room for dark material, there's room for lighter material, but sometimes you don't need to try to have darker material in an otherwise lighter environment, which is it's a quote from Superman. I think it was, I can't for the life of me remember the exact comic it's from. It's based off of the Elite, and the quote is something like this: Your no-nonsense solutions don't work in a world of jet-powered apes and time travel.
Sorry, what was that? Your
no-nonsense solutions just don't hold up in a world of jet-powered apes and time travel. Like this mindset of we gotta kill everything and we gotta destroy all the enemies, yada yada yada. Cause as much collateral damage as possible. And it's like, dude, it's frickin' jet-powered ape. What are you gonna do? It just doesn't. Yeah. Wonder Woman hung out with a bunch of apes for a while. I love Gail Simone's Wonder Woman run.
I keep meaning to read that one, but
it is really damn good. You would like it. Like the ice cream scene in Wonder Woman is basically, I think, inspired by a scene that she wrote. I'd have to double check that though. Speaking of,
alright, apparently this is. I still haven't seen it, which I know it sounds ridiculous that I got out to see frickin' Book of Henry, but I haven't got out to see Wonder Woman yet.
That is very weird.
But Book of Henry,
Book of Henry, that was wow.
Oh man, I read a few of the reviews, and they were just so amazing that I couldn't not rush out and make time on my Friday afternoon to go see that.
What gets me is I think that there's actually some room for some things in this, like the idea of leaving behind a plan for like revenge or something like that, and like having someone super smart who was able to answer that question, answer their questions ahead of time. I feel like there's a comedy that this would work in, but this doesn't sound like a comedy.
Well, tonally it is very weird. Very weird. There is a really good, really dark comedy buried in there somewhere, but because you think about the sheer ludicrousness of the premise that it's like, okay, well, mom follows through with her kids' plans to kill their neighbor. Don't do me any favor, Starscream. Finish it. It's like I'm trying to catch up to you. There we go.
Is there even a throttle to control how fast you're going?
Sort of. It doesn't. It's also the same. It's one of the. It's bad. It's not. It's.
I just realized you're basically just went on board the plane. Now I just have remembering that Kingsman game. I have this image now of Starscream going around in that giant mega plane.
Oh man. So I have no idea why. So I reset all my settings versus what I had them at last week, but I'm still getting these really big output spikes, and so I suspect the actual stream itself probably looks not fantastic. But
quality-wise, it's what I come to expect sometimes.
but it should, like, I don't know why it's not more stable. So, yeah, what's the Book of Henry was this script left over from the 90s.
Huh.
And it really shows, like, if you're familiar with, like, kids movies in the 90s, in particular the subgenre of, like, precocious children.
Yep. I liked those as a kid.
Yeah, so did I. But, like, if you're familiar with those, then it's like, wow, this was really, like, a hack knockoff written by someone who thought they were doing something clever by, like, taking it to the next level. It's like, oh, we're gonna make one, but we're gonna really go places with it. We're gonna go dark places. It's gonna be great. And it was not. Spoiler warning. It was not great. Because it just ends up being, like, so absurd, and I can't figure out who the target audience, like, really was. Because if you think about the precocious child genre, it tends to be, like, really, really saccharine. And this movie is really saccharine. But there's also, like, a lot of profanity in this movie. To the point that, like, I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, okay, this is exactly the kind of movie that I could see, like, my parents renting to keep the kids, you know, preoccupied one weekend. But with that, it's like they would be, like, just thinking about it's like, okay, watching this with parents, I can just imagine them being really unhappy, really, really not pleased with all the profanity. Oh, there we go. I have a giant drain attack. It's on my L1. I don't have a regular gun.
Playing as Megatron?
Yeah, playing as Megatron. So I have a punch and my drain attack. Okay. Because once again, my controls have all changed. And oh, there we go. Now I've got guns. Are you? I can't even tell which ones
come from. Do you have a gun? This character famous for turning into a gun.
He controls about as well as a gun. Oh, wait. What's going on? What's happening?
So yeah, Wonder Woman is good. Oop, oh. Guess reality just kind of shuddered there for a second.
Now, can I get out of the line of fire? Can my allies get out of my way long enough that I can take cover?
Nah.
Get...
But yeah, Wonder Woman is actually pretty dang good. You know, it's not perfect. I mean, I think that the villain, once they assume
Change
full
form
villain
disabled.
form, is actually very silly looking. In my opinion, anyway. I don't know how much spoilers you actually know or want to know about it.
What is... Okay, smoke grenades, which means we're gonna get shot at from things we can't quite see. Do I have my drain attack back? There we go. Drain's good. Drain does a lot of damage and heals, so
That's good.
drain is good. Alright, getting... I love these awful games. They're so bad. Like, this game... This game is trash. Like, it's certainly not the worst one that we've come across.
By the way, do I have any mod powers? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
Yeah,
Are you logged in? Are you logged into YouTube?
I am logged in because I kind of want to, like, there's one or two people I want to get rid of. They're being awful.
Oh. Here, who are you?
Linkara dash atop the fourth wall.
Actually, just say something in chat, because then I can just right-click on your name.
Saying something.
There you go.
There we go. Now then.
No, I haven't enjoyed this one. So the enjoyment is disconnected from the actual enjoyment of the game. The games themselves tend to be frustrating and bad and just poorly built, poorly considered, frustrating, ugly, difficult, like in just really bad ways. Sluggish, like this one. Oh, this game has just been really, really sluggish. The action is not fast-paced. It's not tight. But the experience of suffering through an awful game and then being in a place where you can complain about it. Okay, escape the Autobot onslaught.
Why are we playing as the villains, by the way?
We spent like the first half of the game playing as the Autobots, and then the second half of the game playing as Decepticons. And so it's just the way that they're telling the story, because you play as a different bot every mission, every chapter. Oh, this truck is coming up. That's supposed to be significant. It's... I don't remember who.
Brawl?
Maybe.
So someone was asking, why do these, bad kind of licensed games tend to try to do 8 different things badly as opposed to trying to focus on one mechanic and making it work properly? I think the answer to that is because they don't have a lot of time to develop these kind of movie games. So they have some general ideas for mechanics that they can implement into the games, but it takes time to develop something really well and test it and do all that. So implement a bunch of simple things to try to make it seem like the game is more interesting than it actually is.
That it has more depth.
Yeah, and that's basically it. They just don't have time to develop the one good thing.
Yeah. Also, a lot of times, devs will use these games as prototyping for better, other games, for better game. Like they have, they have an idea of a game that they actually want to make, and so they'll use licensed games to test ideas and to test systems and to build tools and crap like that. So the best example, like the clearest example, is that company, crap, I cannot remember their name off the top of my head, but so they had an idea. You're a game dev, and you got an idea for this fast-paced action brawler that involves a lot of climbing, a lot of jumping, and basically being able to like rapidly get up and down buildings. So very much like Infamous. But like kind of a riff on the Infamous idea, or like the Infamous gameplay, open city action brawler game, and but they didn't have all the time to develop it, so they used a licensed game, The Hulk, to basically prototype it, and then a couple years later released their game, which was very identical, called Prototype.
Blake Beals was asking, James Robinson run on Starman is great. It's one of Robinson's best works. And yes, I have heard about him taking over Wonder Woman. I don't know why this is something controversial. I recall Robinson being good. I don't know what has suddenly happened that has changed that opinion. You know, he's written some bad stuff. He wrote Cry for Justice, for crying out loud. But, you know, no writer is perfect. And if I recall correctly, his track record is still better than others. Is that the baby pods?
Yeah.
Why are we killing the Transformers babies?
We're not killing them. We're
setting them free,
spraying them with plutonium so that they actually like
hatch.
We're hatching them.
Why do Transformers hatch from eggs? See, there are parts of Transformers mythology that I can get to a degree. Like I can get behind the idea of, you know, a species, you know, a kind of robot species evolving to a degree. I mean, it is odd, but, you know, I'm willing to accept that, especially with the idea of living metal. Maybe, you know, they were maybe like nanites, you know, kind of developed themselves over time, kind of a deal. I can believe that, but why do they hatch from eggs?
So they kind of don't. Or, all right. So the egg thing is new to is a Bayformers thing. So why do they like? So there really kind of isn't a reason aside from the fact that the people making the movie
thought cool.
That was rad, or whatever. Press L1 to use your energon disperser on the machinery. There we go. Just gotta spray the eggs and get them to break the thing. What was I saying? Yeah, because so the origin and biology and reproduction of Transformers has changed a bunch over time because of the way that Hasbro handles the franchise, that they're not actually terribly concerned with the idea of a like unified central continuity.
Which bugs me because I'm one of those people who prefers a unified continuity, but I'm kind of unique in that regard. It's one of the reasons why I do like superhero comics for the most part.
I'm definitely one of the people.
Problems that result from that.
Yeah, I'm one of the people who says that it's like that Marvel and DC could do themselves a lot of good if they were perhaps a little bit less obsessed with maintaining a unified continuity. Or if at the very least they would just embrace the occasional like no, we're just kind of moving on.
Yeah.
Like every 10 years we're just going to kind of move on, and we are not going to invest time in laying out how A connects to B. If A happens to connect to B nicely, yay. If it doesn't, okay.
It's why I was actually kind of okay with the idea of the New 52 of having a proper fresh start reboot. The problem is the New 52 wasn't, and they botched it badly.
Oh, like almost instantaneously they were. It's like it's a new booting of everything, and then almost instantaneously it was like, and here's ties to 40-year-old comics.
Yep. And part of the reason why they screwed it up is because they also didn't want to piss off their writers who were selling well. Ah well. You know, at this point, Rebirth just is dedicated to telling good stories, and they're they're building interesting stuff despite doing things that I prefer they didn't. A few things that I prefer they didn't, but honestly, I'd be lying if I didn't say that the Watchmen connection. I don't want it. Nobody wants it. But I'd be damn well lying if I didn't say I'm kind of curious where they're going with this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, characters are actually like acting like superheroes. They're telling some new stories with it. People like and respect each other again.
Oh man, remember when remember the day back when superheroes were fun?
People
Do you
seem to
remember when
laugh more
superheroes
back
were
then.
fun?
I missed that. I did miss that actually. Rebirth has actually been fun, and I'm so happy about it. I'm so happy that Rebirth hasn't sucked.
New objective: acquire the plutonium from Missile 2.
Yeah, the further we can get away from extreme facelift Joker, the better. Because again, I was telling about this earlier, how we keep raising the stakes with the Joker. And I can't remember how they. I think like in the end, like that storyline I was mentioning before, that like it ended up that like it was some cop who framed the Joker. He was like, "We just kill him already." And there were some nice moments in it, like when Oracle, when Batman is running the case and he has to admit to Oracle, "We're trying to do this to prove the Joker's innocence." Oracle cuts them off, like cuts power to the Batcave and like won't provide assistance because it's the Joker.
At some point, you just need to go back to a place where like the Riddler is just a dude in a stupid green suit who leaves dumb puns lying all over the city.
Well, one of the things, the Riddler's actually
isn't some like doesn't have a backstory as like a child molester or whatever it is this month.
That's funny, as the Riddler actually, if I recall correctly, has been fairly consistent in that regards as not that terrible. I think they did some stuff with him for a storyline that Scott Snyder wrote called Zero Year, where Riddler basically took over Gotham during Batman's early days, and like used his intellect to basically act like a dictator and take control of the city, and like was able to do all that. But like I said, not like backstory as child molester. He's actually turned and storyline wise, they've turned the Riddler into a semi good guy a few times. I'd say semi good guy. Basically, there was a storyline where Paul Dini was writing the books, where Riddler basically became a detective for hire, and basically he was still interested in one-upping Batman, but he was doing it by like, I'm going to be a better good guy.
I'm going to be the world's greatest detective.
Basically, yeah. And it was pretty enjoyable. Riddler also did eventually find out Batman's identity in a bit. There was a storyline called Hush that I really enjoy. It is by no means a perfect storyline, but I really enjoy it. They've never had a really good Hush storyline since then, but they introduced a new villain called Hush. And part of that was that one of the revelations at the end was that the Riddler had cancer, and he used the Lazarus Pit to save himself from that. And the temporary insanity that the Lazarus Pit gives you gave him a sort of clarity, where he realized Bruce Wayne is Batman. And he's like, so what are you going to do about it, Batman? Now that I know the secret. Batman's response was, what? I'm trying to think. What was the joke? What was the riddle that he gave in response? Where does an elephant sit? I think is what it was. And the answer is wherever he wants. And Riddler was like, that riddle's no good. Everyone knows it. And it's like, that's the point. What is Batman's secret identity? You can't tell anyone because as soon as you do, it's completely worthless. The ultimate answer to the riddle is useless once everyone knows the answer, so you can't tell anyone. And he's like, crap. And then he got amnesia and he forgot it.
That is a savvy answer. Like that's some good local writing on that though.
I like that.
Yeah, that's a good little interaction. I mean, it is true about the character because it's like, well, I mean, it's like what happens if it's the Iron Man situation. It's like, why doesn't Iron Man worry about hiding his identity? It's like, well, because he's a billionaire.
Yeah, and I am.
It's
okay.
like
I was okay with doing that. Yeah.
Batman is already functionally immune to any sort of societal repercussions, so it's like, all right.
Yeah, Hush has only been good in his original story. Every other story with Hush has been either just okay or not very good. Hush is a kind of an odd villain because most characters they have a gimmick, and the gimmick is simple and it makes sense. Hush is a guy wrapped up in bandages in a trench coat, who used to be one of Bruce Wayne's oldest friends, who of course was introduced in this storyline, who quotes Aristotle and basically is as smart as Batman, and he makes really intricate plans, and with the intention of killing him eventually. Basically, they were childhood friends, and he was kind of a psychopath as a kid, and he deliberately cut the brakes in his parents' car so he could have all their money. Unfortunately, his Bruce Wayne's parents, were doctors. His father saved his mother's life after the car crash, so that she was basically like hospital ridden, and he had to take care of her until his adult life, and he was pissed off about that because he wanted his parents' money.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, this whole thing is about revenge for what his dad did, and all that. It's kind of the thing is, the story is so well written that it's that when you break it down, that all sounds kind of silly and petty, and yet it's so well written that it really works. And he calls himself Hush basically it's a joke because he kind of organized a bunch of the Bat villains into doing a few tasks for him to try to make this all work. And one of the things he did was one thing that happened was the Scarecrow started just like humming to himself, "Hush, little baby," because it's about a child who doesn't get what he wants. Unfortunately, the Hush storyline is also kind of responsible for the return of Jason Todd.
Oh.
Kind of. Now, here's what happened.
Okay.
Part of this, there's a bit in the storyline where, because this was like a 12-issue storyline, and there were lots and lots of false hints given about who the identity of Hush was. There was like, it could be Two-Face, because we reveal that Harvey Dent has had his another reconstructive surgery, so his face is okay, but like covered in bandages, it could be Harvey. There's another idea where it could be Ra's al Ghul or something like that. But one of the things that they lead to it is maybe it's a resurrected Jason Todd, because part of the storyline suggests that a Lazarus pit has been used, and of course, like I said, they eventually revealed it's the Riddler who ended up using it. But for the other characters, it's like it could be Jason Todd back to life with a Lazarus pit. So in like issue 10 or issue 11, the end of that issue reveals dun 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 a resurrected Jason Todd. Like he takes off the bandages, like "you let me die" kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
But in the end, as they continue fighting, Batman slowly realizes it's not Jason Todd; it's actually Clayface impersonating him. Because he doesn't actually mention anything specific. He never mentions like Bruce. He doesn't mention like any specific names, and his fighting style is too reminiscent of Nightwing versus Jason, and then how Jason was. But it was a very good fake out, and so for a lot, and so this planted a cool idea in the minds of the readers, like, what if Jason Todd came back and he was like a villain to Batman?
It convinced people that it was a good idea.
And you know what? I will say this: I actually prefer Jason Todd as a villain to Batman, as Batman's greatest failure. But instead, people wanted to make him into an anti-hero. So there you go. And if people like that, fine. I'm not going to disagree with your personal taste. But I much prefer Jason as a foil to Batman than as a good guy. So yeah, in this case, it inspired characters to do that. And one of the dumbest things they did was they retroactively did a retcon to say that was Jason who was talking to Batman and not Clayface.
It wasn't Clayface.
They switched places at one point. It's like that's freaking overly complicated and stupid and unnecessary.
Oh, so it was Clayface, but the one time, it's like,
It's like, really? No.
Comic books.
And yeah, one of the dumbest parts of that. So most people just tend to ignore that.
Yeah. I mean, there is, to a degree, like, as frustrating as it can be to try to sort out, like, the answers to questions with, like, Transformers continuity, there is a certain amount of just, like, respectability to Hasbro's embracing of, screw it.
So Megatron's a truck now.
Yep.
Gun, not truck. But, so yeah, Hush, I actually do recommend checking it out sometime. It's got some actually really good artwork from Jim Lee. It kind of put him back on the map.
Megatron, human vehicles, tanks, tanks for nothing. Actually, Megatron's like vehicle guns are pretty boss.
I do like the idea of Megatron as a good guy in the comics, so I think that's kind of an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, that's actually been a really just overall fascinating evolution, and the general approach to like the mythology that IDW has done, or I should say the philosophy, like the underlying kind of conceptual philosophy. Now, there's a certain degree to which it ends up being a bit tacky and hamstrung by the needs of like kind of pre-established elements. That it's like, okay, Decepticons and Autobots, and it's like, okay, so how are you gonna like, how do you justify those names? And sometimes, sometimes it works, sometimes it works less. Also, I thought Drain would have been ready by then, seeing as I hadn't used it in a while, so I popped out to Drain and get my stuff back. But yeah, get my health back. That, the idea of Megatron as a extremist but political optimist, like that he is in fact rebelling against a corrupt system, and so it becomes so that Megatron versus Optimus becomes this question of, can you salvage a system, or is an unequal system, is an unfair system doomed forever? Like, does it need to be scrapped and replaced from the ground up? So so basically, reformation versus revolution. And I think that places them in a far more interesting dichotomy than, I want to rule the world, I don't want you to rule the world.
Plus, if you're really that concerned about, villains, just invent some. It's not like Transformers only has had Autobots and Decepticons.
Yeah.
Like if I was like, story I would do if I was, because I'm a big Beast Wars fan, what I would do to play that up is maybe the Great Upgrade is starting. Like maybe you could have like an old like the kind of a story where like, I want to preserve how we were, but like we need to change to evolve to be better, kind of a thing. And you can have like Predacons and Maximals and differences on ideology for how they approach different matters. You could bring back the Quintessons. The Quintessons, were not a bad thing. The Vok, I actually wish we had done something with the Vok in Beast Wars.
Now, so the
okay, Beast Wars, but the Vok were aliens who basically used Earth as an experimental ground, who turned out to be like weird skull-headed things. And unfortunately, they didn't really have a plan for the Vok. So they were just kind of this weird, big alien evil force, and because they didn't really do anything with them, they never really resolved their storyline in Beast Wars. But like, they are still like, villains you could use in the series and actually do something with them. Yeah. And yes, I know the DW comics already have the characters in Beast Wars. I'm just saying, Transformers changes continuity, but if I wanted to make Megatron a good guy and part of the side, you don't have to necessarily just have Autobots versus Decepticons. There are other villains in Transformers continuity that you do something with.
Yeah, and by and large, how they've been handling it is that it's like, okay, well, the war is over, so a lot of the villains are either coming from external sources again, or are old factions coming back, like pre-war factions that, or are new externalities left over from the war. That it's like, okay, well, what about one of the most fascinating things that they've started exploring is the and now the storylines for these bits have not necessarily been as good as the concept, but the concept here of like, okay, well, what about the people who oppose the war? What about the people who weren't Decepticons or Autobots? You know, that it's like, what if, you know, so they've started to position that the war was not in fact as all-encompassing as it was not this
it's more like two
total society
fighting each other.
Yeah. And that it did impact everyone in society, but it was not that everyone in society was in fact ideologically aligned with a faction as much as they were aligned with a faction out of a matter of like survival.
Yeah.
That it's like, oh, well, we live in Decepticon territory, so I guess we're Decepticons.
Yeah.
Also, as part of that, they also end up bringing in a lot of like, okay, well, I mean, I mentioned them earlier in the stream. The Decepticon the Decepticon Justice Division, who are a bunch of like true believers who resent that, like, one, they don't believe that the war is over, and two, when they finally learn that the war is over, they resent it and basically go, nah, this is still happening. And yeah, so end up causing a bunch of chaos out of that.
Yeah. There's a discussion in the chat going on right now about Superman.
What are they saying?
Let's see. The guy who would make much more sense as a dictator is the one who stays good while Superman goes bad. It does fit how Super Steel can make him really reductionist and abstract. It makes a good flaw that the man who can fly sees things from too high up and too simplistically. Well, yeah, obviously, but diegetically, Superman posits himself as helping all of mankind as a whole, and that doesn't jive well with nationalistic partisanship, if you ask me. Scrolling down a bit. I've lost the thread. But yeah, basically talking about Superman and his effect on the world. I think, you know, him as an American icon versus a world icon kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, but would be just and fair for the United States to have the support of a practical demigod while the other nations don't?
Which is, of course, the Dr. Manhattan question.
So what is it you're fighting here? Warpath?
Yeah, Warpath.
I have never heard of Warpath.
He's a tank. I mean, he's a tank.
Yeah, Superman just wants to help people. Rugged Midwesterner is right. That's a thing. That's the thing. Why that whole him disregarding his American heritage, you know, kind of thing, just made me tilt my head. Like, Superman already defended the whole world. I mean, we say truth, justice, and the American way. It's more like it's a catchphrase, but like, it's not really that he's only caring about America.
I think one of the most interesting critiques. So there's a lot of you know, Superman critiques out there, and
of
like
course,
reevaluating the character and reinterpreting the character. And you've got some like the Tarantino interpretation,
which I roll my eyes at, but yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think that one's a fascinating one in particular because it reflects, I don't want to get too off track with it, but you know, how that one reflects the way that Superman can be reinterpreted to suit the a
more
perspective and viewpoint of the interpreter. That to a character like Bill, he is going to see Superman like so the reading of Bill's reading of Superman is a demonstration of how everyone has a reading of Superman wherein they see themselves. That Bill's reading of Superman is the way that it is because it makes Superman into someone like Bill, or into the person that Bill wants to see himself as. So I think that was an interesting one. And then the most interesting one that I read recently, or that I came across recently, was sort of keeping in mind that, because it's like, okay, Superman is the product of 2 Jewish immigrants, yes, but he is the product of 2 Jewish immigrants who were producing something that they felt would sell to the waspish middle class.
I mean, I joked about this when I did review Action Comics #1 back in the first Secret Origins month. Superman did not, Superman's first inaugural story has him trying to stop lobbyists who want America to enter World War II. And the reason, and that's because there was that isolationist mindset back then, and that it was, not involving us.
So, yeah, it's fascinating.
But of course, like all characters, these things change over time. Like some people like to argue that Batman used a gun during his early days. Yeah, and it's been like 90 years since then. Characters change and evolve, and especially ones that have lived as long as that. I mean, look at how many interpretations of Sherlock Holmes.
It's interesting how and when things will enter canon. So that it's like, okay, Batman not killing, like that being his one rule, or the no guns period 1 rule, that's actually a relatively recent
phenomenon. Yeah. Although, well, I say,
I mean, in the recent in the scope, yeah, it's like 35 years ish, like in that range, where it's like, okay, recent in relative to the history of Batman as a whole. I'm getting frosty. And it's telling me to evacuate.
Cool party.
The indicators seem to be telling me to go the other direction, so I went the other direction. But
I think that made things worse.
I think there was nowhere to go. Where does it want me to go? Am I going the right way? I think.
Now, mind you, I like some other interpretations of characters much more than others, especially ones that are slightly more optimistic. Because one of the things I love about superhero fiction is that they posit a much more ideal, the great divide of Marvel and DC being that Marvel are heroes you relate to, DC are heroes you aspire to be, and I like having that kind of role model where you can have heroes who don't kill, who do the moral right thing.
Paragons.
Not necessarily always, but enough times that I would much rather be like him than I can try to be as good as that kind of thing. So I much prefer a Batman who does not kill, who morally believes that killing absolutely is wrong, just like it just straight up is. And as once said by that said by the fascist Batman. Never mind. I was going to say, creating a world where wanting to create a world where an 8-year-old won't lose their parents, the way he did. Although not in a fascistic tendency like Justice Lord Batman was.
we gotta be close to the end. But they want me to do another one of these. I swore that when we got to the truck segment that it was like almost done. It was like, okay, we just need to like drive out. But now they've got me like shutting down coolant things. And it's like...
I've got to imagine that Batman. Someone asked in the chat, does Batman oppose capital punishment? I've got to imagine he opposes it, but like he will. But he's not gonna like try to combat law enforcement officials to save anyone on death row just because it's impractical and because there's a line between for morality and rule of law, and he can't just like convince people by just rescuing criminals from being on death row. It's not like he can free them or anything like that. I would rather imagine that as Bruce Wayne, he probably has lobbyist money where he'll like Senator, I'm really against capital punishment, and if you were against capital punishment, I would love to make a donation to your campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Wayne Enterprises feels very strongly about this. Very strongly about
Wait,
this.
I can't jump up here. How do I get out? What the hell? Is this one not... Do I not backtrack in this one?
How many people did Batman end up killing in Batman v Superman again? 22?
20-ish? I mean, so... Batman v Superman was about 20-ish. The Nolan films are about a little over a dozen. The...
What counts? I did not... Did you make a video about the Nolan movies?
No, but I did... I didn't make a video about it, but I counted. Or I did a quick pass.
Who would that include? I mean, I can imagine Ra's al Ghul technically counts.
Yeah, so it's like Ra's al Ghul is the obvious one, and then it's mostly just a bunch of like, okay, well he drove his car over. Like it's a lot of that stuff.
He's probably dead.
Or it's like that. It's like that car full of people is clearly, that's game
dead.
over for them. Yeah.
Stuff about Batman ethics. Why can't my robot truck man jump
up? And then the Tim Burton movies were a bunch more. I think it came out around...
Destroyed an entire Axis Chemicals. So that's got to be at least 100 people right there.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder to calculate, but it's still pretty decent. And I think the only Batman. Okay, this is funny. The only cinematic Batman who you can pretty much say like did not actually kill anyone, like where you can feel confident in saying that, is George Clooney.
Yeah, I can buy that.
The Batman and Robin is the only Batman movie that they've made. And
Adam West.
And Adam West.
I'm gonna have a fun time getting this. I've talked about this before, that like I'm gonna be looking at all the comic adaptations of the Burton era movies.
Oh yeah. That's gotta be weird. I can just, because it's like when I'm playing the like video game adaptation of a movie adapted from a video game.
Yeah.
Like actually, have you ever played Street Fighter the movie, the game?
I have not. I have the comic adaptation of Street Fighter the movie though, so that'll be fun at some point.
So like Street Fighter the movie, the game is like wild. It's so bizarre.
Yeah, isn't it like a Mortal Kombat clone?
Yeah. Which, is ludicrous in a lot of ways. Just, yeah.
Chainsaws are the right of all sentient beings. It's like straight up Optimus Prime with a chainsaw.
Yeah.
Going Evil Dead on us. But, yeah, basically, I need to kill
I just need to destroy the field generators. Okay.
I argue that the Burton era Bat movies, there is a character arc for Bruce Wayne throughout all four movies. that he does change throughout all 4 of them, and that they are in continuity with each other as a result.
Yeah. I could see that. I could get behind an argument like that. What was I gonna? Oh.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be looking at all those. I've already done Batman and Robin because I had it, and I didn't even realize I owned all the other adaptations. So I was like, why not? I'll look at the other ones. And Doug is actually going to be in town for that. Spoilers. I'm doing a crossover with Doug for Batman the movie, the adaptation, because he's in town for a convention. So I figure, why not have an official crossover?
All right.
Don't tell anyone.
Freeze.
So
Optimus. Yeah, they're the overlap, the direct overlap between my viewers and Doug's viewers has shrunk a lot in recent years.
And that's fine. I
mean, it's a different
completely
aesthetic.
understand plenty of people's criticisms of Doug. I actually am in agreement with plenty of them too. But we're still friends, and there are still videos of his that I find greatly entertaining. And there are times when he is very profound and makes good points.
All right. Well, I'm out of.
But anyway, yeah. Let's going back to this. But yeah, what was I saying? The character arc for him. I don't know if I want to get into it right now. I kind of want to save it for the videos. But yeah, it's the thing about the Tim Burton Batman movies is I am okay with him. I don't like him killing, but I get his character. But they at least establish in the movies what kind of a character he is, and thus that kind of thing going for him. But as you go along, the fact that he kills less and less is actually part of the arc, because. I'm just gonna spoil it right now. Why not? Again, the first movie, he's an outright killer, kills basically doesn't give a crap about killing the henchmen.
Drops people into toxic waste.
I don't think he shoots anyone, but I think he he's deflected bullets and whatnot. Perfectly happy to do that. Finds out Joker is the one who killed his parents, and thus he kills him and he gets his revenge. He gets the thing that he brings the final closure to the character, which is, by the way, one of the reasons why I actually prefer Batman not knowing who killed his parents, because I think it's better if it's just an anonymous criminal, because otherwise it feels like it's a revenge quest. But so that happens, and then in the second movie, what's the first thing we see of Bruce Wayne in that movie?
Oh, I haven't seen Batman Returns in probably 15, 20 years.
The first time we see Bruce Wayne in that movie, he's sitting alone in the dark, not doing anything, just sitting and contemplating. Vicky Vale is no longer with him, so he got his revenge. He got justice for his parents, because the one who killed him is dead, and it brought him nothing.
I have to wonder if I have actually screwed up this fight, and this is now no longer beatable.
You could just let him kill you and then see, and then you'll start over. I mean, it's not like.
I think I can probably just restart from last checkpoint, and it'll probably be faster to actually try to be careful with these cryovats. I misread the instructions. And I was like, oh, I just need to blow up all the tanks. So I ran around and blew up all the tanks. And it's like, no, you don't quite want to blow up all the tanks. You do want to, you want to freeze Optimus here. You can't kill Optimus, because obviously Optimus is in the movie.
Yeah.
And
who is this
next
guest? This
movie
is
after
Lovehog
that,
from
the movie after that one.
Gallagher. Anyway, so yeah, first time you see Bruce in that movie, he's sitting alone in the dark. Basically, his revenge got him nothing. So he's still killing people in the movie, but clearly his heart's not really in it anymore. He's doing his thing, but it's just like he's going through the motions until he meets Selena Kyle, and he sees someone on the same kind of destructive path as himself. He says to her, "We're the same," near the end there, and he tries to, save her and try to salvage it and try to have something better for her and for them and for both of them together. And as a result, and of course he fails there, which leads us into Batman Forever. And in Batman Forever, he outright tells Dick Grayson, he wants to murder Two-Face in vengeance for his parents. He's like, okay.
You don't come back from that.
Not exactly. It's more. I actually kind of like Val Kilmer's line read here, just like yeah, the pain goes away for a little while and then it comes back again, and then you go out and take another and another, until finally you settle. You're alone and you wonder what the hell you're even doing anymore. And it's basically Bruce is describing himself. He did all this, he killed all these people, and he's continued to kill these people, and it's achieved nothing, and it ended up getting Selena killed. So yeah, he needs to, and that is and that's what he's trying to teach Dick, and he's trying to reinforce about himself. And even he is, and like he said, he's not sure why he's doing this anymore, and that's why it's so easy for him to give up being Batman once he starts doing the therapy sessions with Chase Meridian and falls in love with her and stuff. And of course she's gone in the next movie because why not? But at that point, then we have Batman and Robin, which is the weakest of the character arc, but it is still there. And it basically comes down to the subplot with Alfred, which is what is Batman but an attempt to control death. So he has to finally accept that it's possible for him that he's going to lose people. It's the final stage. It's this final stage of the arc where he has to accept that he could lose people, and he has to build a family again, regardless of that fear of losing people. And thus, in the end, he comes out with not only Alfred back, but he has Dick and now Barbara around as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is an arc. It's I said, the last part of it is the weakest, but it is there. And it's, of course, it's probably completely unintentional.
I mean, it's almost certainly not intrinsically thought out and planned, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily entirely unintentional.
And also, Alfred is as Max Headroom in the movie for some reason. Someone just brought that up in the chat.
Oh yeah, because he ends up spending half the...
Not half the movie. It's only one scene, but it's just like... It's to explain where the Batgirl suit comes from, and it's so dumb.
Okay, this is going a lot better now.
Now you know
this
what you're
time. We've got him... We've only used 2 tanks, and we're down 2.5 of the field generator... things, so we just need to lure him in front of into the hose and then actually hit him with the bullets. The bullet part is a surprisingly important part of the plan. You wouldn't think so. You'd think oh well, actually shooting him after he's frozen, that's just bonus, but it turns out it's really important.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to doing the Batman, the Batman adaptation reviews, especially because it's fun to revisit these films, and I like them. And I would prefer Batman, not kill people, but the Burton movies were so well handled otherwise that in terms of atmosphere and mood and everything, that I am okay with it because they got everything else right. Batman v Superman did not earn that.
Well, and also, I mean, the important thing to kind of consider there is that 89, it was the idea that Batman doesn't kill wasn't new, but it also wasn't, okay. Well, now I'm sad. It also wasn't quite canonized in the way that that it is now. That it's like really that idea started to solidify in the 80s and was being like more and more, like it got more and more solid throughout the 80s, but it's not really until the like mid 90s that it became like an inviolable aspect of the character. Oh, sweet! It did just send us straight to phase 2, so that's good.
That's good. I think part of it is that it might have been kind of a response to 90s anti-heroes, because there was the Nightfall storyline.
Yeah.
Where we had, like, here's what would happen if you did have a Batman who was, you know, kill crazy. And we have Asbat. And despite the fact that Nightfall goes on for far too long, it's like, it has like 3 phases, like Nightfall, Night Quest, and then Night's End. Like, and they're like huge trade volumes. Of course, like back then, like all the books of a character's line, you know, were like multiple crossover kind of a deal. I like the concept of it more than the execution in some places. So Azrael and all that was, I thought it was really good for the character and helped reaffirm who Batman was versus, you know, impersonators.
Oh, don't slip.
I'm like 30 seconds behind, so I'm not sure what you're slipping on. oh, I see it now.
Oh, straight into a cutscene, QTE, something. What's going on?
Like you're like completely different modes. One was flying.
Are we just gonna kick Optimus into the cryo tank? Yeah. I prefer it when you get the sense that the Earth is actually pretty unimportant to the Transformers and is only coincidentally the site of some important conflict with the real battle still being waged. Yeah, so this is actually, I was chatting with this offline with Laura earlier about how, like, there's no real compelling reason why Megatron doesn't just move to Mars. And that's actually, like, so obvious that the movies have to keep inventing reasons to keep...
going back to Earth?
Like, the conflict on Earth. Because, like, oh, well, there's all of these, like, artifacts buried, and that's why, like, every movie there's, like, some new thing that they, like, dig up underground, some ancient transformer or whatever, like, just garbage like that. It's like, oh, well, why don't these immortal space robots just who have no need for breathable atmosphere, why do they not just, you know, go somewhere else? Yeah. Also, apparently we have, like, a chapter as Megatron now.
Didn't we just have
a
chapter as Megatron?
Or not as Megatron, Prime.
It's Optimus, yeah.
Maybe. But there's Shockwave. And...
oh, that looks more like Shockwave with the one eye and everything.
Yeah. I always get the two confused. That's why I got them confused earlier. And what else do we have? Contact, Ratchet, and formulate a battle plan. I don't think I'm going to do this last chapter tonight. It's getting late. You know, I've been at this for quite a while. I was hoping that Megatron would be...
the end.
The end. And... once again, I can't... wait.
So
What's
was
it
last
telling?
night supposed to have Unicron? I think I heard someone. I saw Lindsay like tweeting about that.
Yes, it has Unicron in it.
Will we actually have a giant planet-eating transformer? Also, how does a sword stop that?
I don't know, but I'm
thing.
actually starting to think that that this is actually just a final boss fight. Cryo freezing my circuits. Oh, yeah, cryo freezing your circuits.
It's actually a much more impressive boss battle than Optimus versus Megatron, so I can respect that at least. Unicron does nothing in the movie. Ah. I mean, I know why I'm saying when I'm never going to see this damn movie. I mean, I saw the first and second ones in theaters, and I've never seen any of the rest of them, and I don't need to see the rest of them.
But they're so not good.
My friends, after we finished Nick Cage night, we had what was his name? The Cannonball Run guy.
Why can't I remember? But yeah.
The director there, I'm trying to think of his name. The Cannonball Run did Smokey and the Bandit.
Mm-hmm. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. It's like completely escaping me. I'm definitely hitting the point of the night where I'm just like brain drain.
Chad will figure it out in a second. Not Burt Reynolds. He was in all those movies.
Yeah, but he was not.
We had a double feature of I'm just gonna look it up. Hal Needham. We had Hal Needham and Michael Bay night. It was a double. Basically, it was a double feature. We'd watch a Hal Needham movie, then we'd watch a Michael Bay movie.
Mm-hmm.
Because basically they had the same aesthetic, but Hal Needham is actually fun. And it really is. It's the same kind of aesthetic. It's a bit bro-y. It's it's about beers and explosions and cars and exciting action. But Hal Needham just makes it fun and makes it enjoyable.
Alright, Shockwave, get out of the cryo so that I can get behind you.
Well, the sad thing is, Smokey and the Bandit, now it feels completely out of context these days because of what time period it was made in and the plot of the movie. It is very much a movie of its time because it makes no sense because of speed limit laws and beer selling laws.
Just the way that things change.
Yep. But yeah, there in those movies, there's casual sexism, there's casual homophobia, and yet it's still so much more enjoyable because we have, especially also because and I hate to be get on that kick, but the fact that all of it is practical effects too really does help. When we see cars doing really complicated stunts, it is so much cooler to see it happen with real cars and having like trucks ramming into each other.
Are these drills finally taking decent damage from the rockets? Oh, I'm gonna die. We're on easy, and this fight is just like weird.
It probably wasn't very well play tested.
It probably wasn't. It really truly likely was not, because there is no doubt an assumption that the vast majority of players just aren't going to get this far, and nobody cares, and we need to ship. So if it's not full of bugs, it is good to go.
Trigger X, yes, I would hope that everyone here loves John Carpenter's The Thing, but I respect different opinions, even when your opinion is wrong.
The Thing holds up pretty good. We rewatched it last year.
Oh yeah, I basically rewatch it every year as part of my regular horror movie marathons and whatnot. Aside from just generally the fact that I love snow-based atmosphere movies, the effects are still fantastic. The plot itself holds up. And my biggest pet peeve in movies is that no one is stupid. They approach the situation how I would expect the situation to play out in real life, and they do their best to make good decisions, and they just
the stupidity doesn't set in until the paranoia is really overwhelming.
Exactly. And there's a thing I have in movies. I talked about this when I looked at the Thing sequel comics. There are times in movies when there's just a single line of dialogue where I just I just nod and say to myself, this is gonna be good because they clearly know what they're doing. In Predator, it's if it bleeds, we can kill it. In The Thing, it's I know I'm human, and if all of you were this thing, then you'd all just attack me. So some of you must still be human too. It's a simple bit of logic or a moral thing. In Captain America, it's I don't want to kill anybody. I just don't like bullies.
Mm-hmm.
Like something that clearly shows the director or the writer or someone involved in this filmmaking knew what the hell they were doing and understands it so perfectly that I know that that the movie is going to be fantastic. And yeah, The Thing is one of those perfect movies where everything just seems to come together really damn well, and the writing especially is just so damn good. And also why as a result why the prequel disappoints me so much. I mean, I can rag on the fact that the effects look terrible. I mean, you can and we can of course put the blame mostly on the studio for that. But the thing that had hurts so much the 2011 prequel is that the writing just is not as strong, and it's just not a very well written story, and the characters do very stupid things. There are good parts of it, but the overall result is just lots of bad ideas.
Oh.
They act so hostile towards the Norwegian guys because the Norwegian guys are running around shooting at a dog for no reason when the dog is not doing anything. And why would you be chasing a dog down with a helicopter and then yelling at you? And then even then, they're not actually that hostile towards the Norwegians until the Norwegian open fires on them.
We have hard lock.
Oh,
we have hard lock.
Beautiful. Game over, we won.
Game over, we won. All right. That's an excuse. It's 11:20. That's a pretty good excuse to I mean, obviously I'm going to need to deal with that before going to bed because I'm not just going to leave my PlayStation hard locked overnight.
Trevor Von Ryan, what is The Thing about? The Thing is about an Antarctic research post that has to contend with an alien being that can shapeshift and absorb them and has the intention of absorbing all of them, but because they can't tell which of them is the Thing, they have to figure out ways of combating it, and just a great story about paranoia and trust and good sci-fi horror. So Dan, what's next after you've just done Transformers: Dark of the Movie, Dark of the Moon? The game.
We're so this is going to be another one that's going to be left unfinished, along with G.I. Joe, Rise of the Cobra. Next is... Okay, so Rasmus is asking if we plan on playing good games on the stream. Well, so here's the schedule. So let's go back to the schedule. So last week, so G.I. Joe, Rise of the Cobra. We just finished Transformers, Dark of the Moon. Then after I get back from VidCon, we're on to Too Human, and that will probably take 2 weeks to go through. Then there's something you can't see in here because it was just added like over the last couple days. But so we will be doing that dad dating game is going to go in here after Too Human. So ideally that one's going to be good. It looks like it will at the very least be pretty fun and campy, and Game Grumps are doing the voices, and that one just looks like it'll be a lot of fun. So that one should be a good game. But then after that, we're back into games that are likely going to fall on the bad to awful spectrum.
I see Terminator Salvation there.
Yep. So after dad dating, it's Terminator Salvation, and then the History Channel, Battle for the Pacific.
You should do Battleship the game.
Huh? Battleship?
Yep.
We did that like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, did you? Oh, I did not know that.
Like a month ago. Yeah, we did.
Never mind then.
So Battle for the Pacific, this will also likely be a night of a bunch of... We'll probably do a bunch of the tie-in mobile games because by all reports, this game is actually only about an hour and a half long. Mm-hmm. So that'll be a fun night.
Mm-hmm. It says you should do a Pokemon Nuzlocke.
And then after that, probably unless something else comes up, we'll be on to Bound by Flame, which is, I believe, a Dragon Age knockoff. That said, Bound by Flame will likely get pushed if I track down copies of Kong and Hulk. And I might just decide to throw in Enter the Matrix. Because...
Oh god, Enter the Matrix.
Yeah.
My brother and I were so excited when that game came out. Because we wanted to do all the cool Matrix stuff, and we knew it was like a prequel to the second movie, and like, enjoy hitting the same 3-button combination over and over and over and over. Like the most fun we had out of it was when we discovered that there is a way to like kill Agent Smiths during those otherwise unbeatable levels. It's just really, really hard.
Yeah. Oh, here. Let me just 1 sec. I will be right back. I just need to go over to the shelf.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't Agent Smith. It was just agents in general. It is possible to kill them. You have to like knock them over the edge of buildings. It's the only way to kill them.
Sorry, I was wrong. I think I was wrong. Not Enter the Matrix. Path of Neo. Because...
Never played
that.
Yeah,
I think... Oh, hey, it's Invader Zim, Disc 1. Cool.
But yeah, Enter the Matrix. Someone asked how do you do it. You basically you kill the agents by managing to knock them over the edges of buildings. That's the only way to kill them. Anyway, yeah. Did you say the Invader Zim disc was inside of the Path of Neo?
Yes, Invader Zim Disc 1 was also inside the Path of Neo. So, yeah. So Path of Neo. And yeah, so we'll probably finally we're gonna try to finally get around to this summer, because I know I've been kind of lightly promising this one for a couple years now. And yeah, that's kind of the plan coming up. And VidCon plans, I'm going to be mostly hanging around the YouTube Creators Lounge, which is actually just off of the convention grounds themselves. I've got... I don't have any hard plans. I have a lot of soft plans. I have a lot of soft plans for VidCon. A lot of people that I've got to meet up. Expo is coming along. It's going slow. Obviously, I wasn't able to get a cut out before leaving for VidCon because it's not done right now, and I have a whole bunch of stuff that came up this afternoon that I need to take care of before I leave. Like, so stuff for clients. Basically, it's kind of like I feel bad. I feel really bad, actually, that Expo isn't done yet, but I got a lot of paying work in May that I wasn't expecting. So it's like Expo isn't done because I was busy paying my bills. I was busy making money. And yeah, so it's gotten pushed back, but for, I hope, understandable and good reasons. The backer surveys finally went out because we are at a point where we're now we are building some of those assets, and we want to get that stuff. But yeah, so that's kind of where that's at. And at this point, I am now it'll be done by July. That's I know I said, yeah. I'm sorry. It will be done. I owe it to people to finish that, and I do want it done. So, and I really want it, actually. So I've been stockpiling scripts and things, but it becomes that balancing act of like, all right, making the weekly stuff, but also finishing the documentary, and there's only so many hours in the day, and yeah, but so I really want Expo off my plate so I can guiltlessly focus on other projects.
I've been there.
So yeah. Thanks everybody for coming and hanging out and enjoying Transformers. I need to go uncrash my PlayStation. So
good plan.
Yeah. Thanks everybody, and have a good night.